I'd like to welcome everybody to the 2021 National Firefighter Cancer Symposium on behalf of the First Responder Center for Excellence and the University of Miami. I'd ask everybody to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. I'd also ask that you remain standing for a moment of silence for all of those brothers and sisters we've lost over the last year. Thank you. You can be seated. Please welcome Erin Brockovich, Vice Provost of the University of Miami, for our opening comments.
My name is Erin Brockovich, and if we haven't met before, I'm the University of Miami's Vice Provost for Research and Scholarship, as well as one of the Associate Directors for the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center. But my proudest role, and why I'm here by Zoom in front of you today, is that I'm one of the lead investigators for the Firefighter Cancer Initiative. I work super closely with Alberto Caban-Martinez, Natasha Schaefer-Solly, and about 30 other scientists from across our university who partner collaboratively with firefighters across the globe to answer really important questions and generate solutions to address the excess burden of cancer in the fire service. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to the National Firefighter Cancer Symposium. This is the third such symposium, and arguably it's a little bit different than years past. Here I am on Zoom. I know many other attendees are also participating virtually. Some of you are in Orlando together. I think I'm feeling a little bit jealous about not being in Orlando, but I still believe that this symposium provides a really important platform for us to continue to advance the science of cancer in the fire service. And this is something that we can only do together and collaboratively. We need firefighters who stand up with us as citizen scientists, who inform our conceptualization of the problem, who help us frame the research questions that we ask, and help us understand how to best collect the data that ultimately we analyze, not only to generate key findings, but more important, to lead to actionable opportunities for change. Maybe one of the benefits of Zoom is that it allows us to have a wider audience and participation than we've ever experienced in the past. We have over 430 registered participants. 39 states from across the US are represented, as well as 10 countries. This includes Panama, the United Kingdom, Canada, Italy, Mexico, Denmark, Chile, Kazakhstan, Germany, and Belgium. And maybe some of the interest is because we got smart and decided this year to partner with the First Responder Center for Excellence. Wanted to thank you, Ed. Wish I was there in person to give you a hug, or if that's not COVID appropriate, a elbow bump. I really believe that our partnership with each and every one of you is our strongest asset. Together, we do great things. And what's really incredible in this moment for me is that this little nugget of an idea that Alberto, David Lee, and I germinated with key members of Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, Sam Eden and Vicki Shepard, among others, went from a moment into a movement. And I think that we're just at the beginning of that movement. We are working together using science as a guide to make necessary changes to reduce risk and exposure and save lives. Together, we can. And I remain encouraged and inspired by what we can accomplish, our potential, and each and every one of you. I wanted to just quickly thank you for attending, give special thanks to the Symposium's National Planning Committee, and also Cynthia Theory, who's worked extraordinarily hard on all of the logistics leading up to today. I wanted to send a thank you to Julius Hallis, our Florida Fire Marshal, my personal friend and collaborator. And I wanted to thank firefighter associations locally, nationally, and internationally. Addressing the issue of cancer in the fire service is not something that any of us can do alone. This is a big problem that requires us to understand the basic biology of risk and exposure, how things that occur on the job change cells, get under firefighter skin, influence the risk and onset of cancer. We need to come up with solutions to change those exposures, and we're getting there, and we will continue to get there together. Have a great symposium, everyone. Look forward to seeing each and every one of you in person next year.
My name is Ed Klima, the Managing Director of the First Responder Center for Excellence. I want to echo Erin's comments and say it's certainly great to get back together again for those of you that are here in person and for those of you that are with us virtually. I think we can all agree last year was one of the most challenging years many have gone through in our lives, and hopefully we don't experience that again. But in typical fire service fashion, we got through it, and we will continue to get through it. This is certainly a great opportunity as we come out of the pandemic to reevaluate where we are as it relates to the fire service and cancer. Because the reality is it didn't stop in March of 2020. It goes on, along with many other things. It is certainly a great opportunity to reset and evaluate where we've been over the last several years and where we need to continue to go. Before we get started with our first presentation, I also want to thank everyone at the University of Miami, the First Responder Center for Excellence, here at the hotel. In the last 6 or 7 months, we've been planning probably 6 or 7 different versions of this conference, not wanting to push it off any longer because it's too important to do so. So certainly we're happy to be here in a hybrid format. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first session that provides a personal insight to one of the most intriguing topics related to firefighter cancer today. Since 2018, Diane Coulter has been advocating for greater awareness of turnout gear as it relates to PFAS. And this is her story.
All right, welcome everyone to a special edition of APS Radio. I am Jim Bernica. I'm the host of APS Radio on Fire Engineering and also the 25 Live podcast. And I'm here with Diane Cotter. Diane was asked to participate in this National Firefighter Cancer Symposium in 2021, and they wanted her to do slides and all that stuff, and that's not what she does. So I am her slides, essentially. So with that, welcome, Diane. Otherwise known as that crazy lady from Massachusetts, right?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. And I really want to also thank the First Responder Center for Excellence and my friend, Dr. Alberto Caban Martinez of the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center for this opportunity. We're really glad to be able to give you our story today.
All right, well, perfect. Well, let's start with how this story started. And that's with your husband, Paul.
Yes, Paul was a lieutenant, had just been promoted to lieutenant of the Worcester, Massachusetts Fire Department in 2014 after serving almost 25 years on the rescue that he so loved. And we had just come back from a vacation in Maine, and were going to Paul's promotion in City Hall. And 1 month later, we had found out that Paul had been diagnosed with prostate cancer. He had no symptoms. He had no family history, but it did end his career. And because of the side effects of the surgery. And that has been pretty much the starting point of where we began to look at what could have been the potential cause. Paul was so well known for his physical fitness and so well known for being that salty firefighter that liked to engage everyone to work out with him. So yeah, that's where it began.
So you started to seek answers. Where did this cancer come from?
Yes.
When did you figure out that it might actually be the gear that Paul's wearing?
Well, that is just a fascinating turn of events, because while Paul was recuperating from surgery in 2015, I began looking at the actual components of the gear itself. We were very familiar with firefighter cancer because every firefighter family is very familiar, as you now know yourself, Jim. And what happened was I found a 1999 recall from the labor union, from the IAFF, about a BreatheTex moisture barrier. And it didn't surprise me about the moisture barrier recall. What surprised me was the manufacturer's reaction to the labor union wanting a recall. They didn't want to recall the products. And that was kind of like the first thing that sent this big down my spine about, well, what is up with the manufacturers here? That then led to finding a product with degradation of the Kevlar and the Nomex, as was the case of a New Jersey firefighter who was unfortunately steamed. His steam burns led to his death. And I began reaching out to environmentalists, scientists, firefighters, because I actually was prompted by that revelation to look at Paul's own gear. And I looked in the groin area of Paul's gear and saw these big quarter and dime pieces of fabric missing. I had to shine a flashlight through the gear to actually find these missing pieces. And I began reaching out to firefighters, environmentalists. And one of the environmentalists that I reached out to was Erin Brockovich. And she returned my email. One day I got a call from her and she said, I'm calling because I wanted to ask you about firefighter cancer. I just received a call from a New Hampshire fire chief with 13 firefighters. And my response was really not something I'm proud of, but I said, well, every firehouse is a cancer cluster. She was first to ask if the gear contained PFOA or PFOS, which I had never heard of. It literally took less than 30 seconds to Google and find that Europe was already transitioning, a potential transition, that is, to non-PFOA PPE. That then led me to start to post on social media, does our gear have this? Do you people know if our gear has this? And then I began reaching out to my husband's labor union, and one of the parties that I reached out to, or one of the parties that saw me, was now a dear friend, Jason Burns from Fall River. Jason had just lost two 30-year-old firefighters to rare brain cancers. Jason then took on the role of trying to work with me to find out what was happening within the labor union on the PFOA issue. He brought it to the IAFF Legislative Week in March of 2017. And I think that they were taken by surprise because it appeared as though the IAFF did not know that this was actually a cause of concern in Europe.
All right. let's fast forward to March of 2017 when you write the Real Cancer in Your Gear article, and that gets published. And I know at this point in time it's been downloaded tens of thousands of times, but can you talk to me about that article and then really the fallout of that article?
Yes, the Real Cancer in Your Gear. I had been trying to message any type of buyer service that I could through Facebook Messenger. I'd send out 200 messages a day, and then I'd get kicked off of Facebook for the day. But then I'd start up again the moment that I was out of Facebook jail. And one of the parties that I wrote to was John Marr, editor of Station Pride. And he said, I don't know if you're crazy or what, but write me an article. And I said, well, I'm not a writer. He said, you don't have to be. I am, and I'll help you. So I wrote John a very long article, and he said, I can't publish this, Diane. It's way too long, but I can't leave anything out either. He said, but I have to fact check everything you say. I can't put myself in danger, and I can't put you in danger if what you're saying is not accurate. So he did. He came back we'd go back and forth a number of times, and he would then publish The Real Cancer in Your Gear. And in one day, we saw that it had over 4,000 shares, and not one question. And it had firefighters tagging other firefighters and tagging fire departments, but nobody would ask the question, could she be right? And that really was when things started to take off, and we began having a platform through, at that point, Station Pride. And then I had began to go on and get my own platform on social media, Your Turnout Gear and PFOA.
Nice little plug there. Follow her on Twitter and Facebook. Now, shortly after this, there was a response from the industry, correct?
Oh boy. Right after that, within 9 days after that initial article, I hadn't seen this response until maybe a year ago, but Lion Gear came out with a series of emails to other vendors that they work with, and they were calling for information in case they need ammo. What was so troubling about that series of emails is that Lion Gear at that point in time had no science to base their judgment off of, or their statements. What they were using was science from a study done on rainwear, on Patagonia rainwear, not on your technical firefighter gear. And we just saw that this fantastic chain of emails was just stunning, because we were so disappointed in the organization that prided itself on the not in your house, mantra of firefighter cancer. And that really was an eye-opener. That was one of the many, many eye-openers that we'd experienced along the way. But the Real Cancer in Your Gear article then opened up the door for many conversations on Facebook. And that would lead to us soliciting Robert Ballot, Attorney Rob Ballot, DuPont's worst nightmare. And that came about because after realizing that there could be a potential danger to firefighters, we really wanted to know what chances we had, if any, of restitution for firefighters, because I had by this point already purchased the initial set of brand new never worn turnout gear. And I had been able to communicate with a series of scientists who connected me with Dr. Graham Peasley. Dr. Peasley instructed me on how to send him the samples that he would test this turnout gear. And I'll provide in our in our discussion later, the actual results of that. These results were so shocking that he had to count the fluorine in volume. He couldn't count it in his regular method of parts per million or billion or trillion. And that then led me to search for someone that would help us legally. And I Googled PFOA and DuPont, and what popped up was the New York Times article, DuPont's Worst Nightmare. After about 160 email attempts to Attorney Ballot, I partnered with another firefighter with prostate cancer, my friend Fire Chief Jeffrey Harms. And Jeff wrote a very compelling letter to Attorney Ballot. And that's the reason that I believe that we have Attorney Ballot, is because of Fire Chief Jeffrey Harms.
And he's working right now for us. I mean, he's doing a class action right now with the plaintiff being a firefighter.
Yes, with Ohio Fire Chief Kevin Hardwick, also a cancer survivor, also worked in the Air Force with AFFF. And this is exactly why we wanted Attorney Rob Ballot. Rob Ballot then went right to work in 2017 with his 196-page letter to the EPA, the CDC, and the ATSDR, and the U.S. Attorney General, calling for medical monitoring and health studies for firefighters. And he still is pushing hard that agenda today. And as you just said, Jim, his national class action for every person in the United States, not just firefighters, every man, woman, and child with a minuscule of PFAS in their blood, he is seeking medical monitoring and health studies for all of us with his plaintiff, Fire Chief Kevin Hardwick.
I want to step back real quick because you mentioned before you put out your article, the industry puts out their information, and being where I'm located in exotic Beaver Creek, Ohio, a suburb of Dayton, in which there's two large manufacturers right there in my town. I remember talking to these individuals, and they said the things, and there's probably people in this room that are listening right now have probably heard where they say, well, that stuff is in legacy gear 2015 before, or that chemical, we don't use that anymore. We use PFAS and it's safe, or it's in trace amounts. So we heard that for years, and I'm still hearing some of that stuff.
The trace amounts, well, that's what led us to the big study. And the big study came after our initial findings with Dr. Peasley. And at that point, he said, Diane, you may want to look further into a bigger study. And at this time, I was still screaming like a lunatic, but gathering a little bit of momentum now. And maybe people were starting to think, maybe there's really something to this. But we needed a very big study. And one of the parties that reached out to me was a firefighter from Northern California. His name is Jeff Burgess, and he is a PPE specialist. I also had John Marr of Station Pride, and we had Mitch Huner from Chicago Fire Department. And here on the East Coast, we had Ryan Riley, who was the health and safety officer for the Salem Fire Department. We then collaborated and wanted to fund a big study so that we could get 20 years worth of gear to nuclear physicist Graham Peasley at Notre Dame. To do that, we needed money. And for that, I reached out to Kathy Crosby Bell of Boston, honoring firefighter Michael Kennedy. And Paul and I traveled to Boston and met Kathy one day at Florian Hall, told her what we were up to, and immediately she said absolutely she would want to support our efforts. And she is the reason why we had the study. She's covered all of the commercial testing for us, while Dr. Peasley has literally worked since 2017 pro bono on this issue. And that's how we got the study to confirm our fears which were that the gear had not only PFOA, but it had a vast array of other PFAS with the new regrettable substitutions that they're called. And that actually hit the media in 2020. That was June 2020, our study was published. But prior to that, we've had a lot of shenanigans that had occurred within the fire service. And sadly, it was truly an effort of the previous administration of the labor union that was stymieing my efforts and the efforts of people that were working closely with us to educate the front line on this subject. We would see that firsthand in April of 2019, when Lion Gear would publish All You Need to Know About PFOA. And it was shocking that we would see that the IAFF had seen this study and supported that there was not enough PFAS or PFOA to worry about. Thankfully, Jeff Kanabe, my partner, wanted to investigate further. And the only way you could see the study is if you called Lion Gear. Lion Gear's Andy Schwartz and his team flew to Northern California, where Jeff was able to see the study. While there in Northern California during this meeting, a third party would call in, and this would be Dr. Paul Krostowski, who was the consultant on this study. The study was done by Exponent, which is a non-peer-reviewed study, as opposed to peer-reviewed by the science journals. At any event, Dr. Krostowski would tell Jeff Kanabe that he shouldn't worry about the side chain polymers because they were too big to go through his skin. They were like volleyballs and tennis balls. We would see that exact same language in January of 2020, promulgated by the Health and Safety Division of the Shapeberger administration of the labor union. It would happen during a PFAS and toxic control substance agenda that was being aired live by the IAFF. And during that, I was watching, as well as Jeff, and Jeff messaged me. He said, "Did you see what just happened? The tennis balls and the volleyballs." That's exactly what they said to me when I had them here. At that moment, we knew this is so much worse than we thought. So much worse than we thought. I began at that point a real visceral attack because I felt that everyone needed to know what I knew. And I didn't expect that firefighters were as invested in this as I was, because I had 12 hours a day to put into it. And I had become like a sounding board via direct messages of people that were questioning, why am I hearing this? Why am I hearing that? Also during that presentation, you saw that the IAFF gave credit to Harold Shapeberger for the $2 million NIST study. And I took huge exception to that because the IAFF had nothing to do with that study. It was the advocacy of myself and Dr. Peasley working with Senator Shaheen. And I wasn't looking for acknowledgement. What I saw was that that was another avenue of propaganda that the general president could appear that he was on board with this $2 million NIST study that we had advocated for, and that they weren't even aware of until a week before, because they asked, who might sign it. And I said, well, I think you should try Pat Morrison at the IAFF, which they did sign it, but they weren't involved until a week before. But they took full credit for the study. At that point, I knew I had to become very vocal about educating the front line that you are part of a propaganda machine, because the IAFF right now is only supporting a non-peer reviewed study.
So in 2020, you are at this point in time, if you weren't crazy, now you're going crazy because nobody's listening to you. You're having a difficult time. You're shouting from the mountains, and just not, people aren't seeing what you're seeing, or they're looking the other way, whatever it may be. But you fast forward to really January of this year, and all of a sudden you actually have some allies. And we went to the IFF convention, and several things happened there of significance regarding this topic. There was a resolution 28, which called on the IFF to no longer accept sponsorships from the chemical industry, textile manufacturers, or PPE manufacturers that use toxic chemicals and PPE. That passed in January, 1,536 to 10. That came from Fall Rivers, Jason Burns, and Sean Mitchell of Nantucket, your state. And then along with that, there was another resolution, Resolution 31, that calls on the IFF to actively oppose the use of PFAS and turnout gear and to seek independent testing of PPE currently available to determine levels of PFAS and ability of these chemicals to penetrate the skin. That passed 1,472 to 4. And that came from Florida area, which all of you guys and gals are at right now. So, thanks to Ron Glass and those guys that helped out with that. And the other thing of significance is we got a new president also from where you're at, and he's been supportive of this stuff.
He's been so supportive, Jim. Since 2017, I began reaching out to Ed Kelly, and he has pushed me along in ways that I have to say I've been embarrassed at some point in my visceral reactions to things that haven't gone quite my way. And Ed has completely acknowledged my passion and said, "You have got to keep fighting, Diane, because we have got to get to the truth."
So along with that, after this happens, there's actually some change. All of a sudden, some manufacturers are out there. They have outer shells that are PFAS free. And we realize that the only way that we're going to have a fluorine free, PFAS free gear is if we change the rules, the standard of NFPA 1971. Because there's this UV light test in there, and that's what's holding up. Basically, you have to have Teflon in there, and that's what's holding up having us fluorine free gear. So I know several years ago you put in a TIA.
I did.
It did not go anywhere.
Correct.
And having been involved in this current process, I mean, it is a heck of a process to even get it seen. But and this is kind of just giving the viewers an idea of what's happening right now. Later on this month in June, the NFPA 1971 is going to be meeting, discussing this TIA that was submitted and is actually signed by President Kelly. And it's going to be hopefully viewed at the Standard Council meeting in August. And there's going to be an opportunity for public comments. And that's going to be that's where we can start and hopefully end this revolution to where we actually get rid of this stuff out of our gear. So you'll see it on Facebook and Twitter and MySpace and Tinder and whatever social media you use. It doesn't matter. This stuff is going to be on there. We're going to be pushing for your help because we have to have these comments in that public comment section to really give us a chance, because where we had all these numbers in the IFF, 1,472 to 4, now all of a sudden these committees, I mean, they have the manufacturers, they have the chemical companies on there. So it's going to be an uphill fight to get this done.
I couldn't support your statement more, to be honest with you, Jim. And I want to say in 2020, we did get the cavalry, and they came from Nantucket. And I'm so grateful to Sean Mitchell and all that he's been able to accomplish. I'm so grateful to all of the allies. I'm so grateful to all of the messages that come in on a regular basis, that people see that the efforts that we're producing. But truly, this is the coup de grace will be to remove that fallacious xenon light test that even Jeff Stahl, the chemist, said himself back in 2006. We saw that first xenon light test from 2006. So yeah, that definitely needs to go.
So we are knocking on a door, Diane.
Yeah.
Of finally giving you a break. You know, I've read this before where you said you want to get back to your family. You've dedicated over 5 years to this issue, to an issue that never should have been in the hands of a fire wife. Mm-hmm. You're a grandmother, and you're taken away from being a grandma a lot of times, dealing with all this stuff every single day, emails, phone calls, texts, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, we are that close. A little bit of work will finally get this done, and you'll be able to be that grandma, and to have that validation that you may be a little crazy, but not completely crazy, right?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
So, but that's probably still not the end, I'm guessing. Maybe you'll take a break, but I have a feeling that you still want to know more answers.
We do. I think that the fire service is absolutely owed an explanation. We've been pushing for hearings on Capitol Hill with our congressionals. We really are owed to know who knew what and when did they know it. And it's really not enough to write forward-looking legislation to protect firefighters. Who's going to pay for the turnout gear for the city of Worcester if they need to replace 400 sets of gear times 2, or for Fall River, who's an environmental justice community? These are the things that we want addressed. And we can't just look at firefighters having a closer incidence to cancer because of products of combustion. We really have to look at these products of deception.
Perfectly said. So I'm looking forward to seeing you live in person in Exotic Beaver.
Thank you so much, Diane, for sharing your story. My name is Natasha Schaefer-Sali.
And I'm Alberto Caban-Martinez, and we're excited to host the first live session of our 2021 National Symposium with our colleague Diane Cotter. We wanted to open up the symposium this year with advocacy. Oftentimes in science, there's many different stakeholders that come to the table, from government, scientists, healthcare workers, and advocacy. We appreciate, your sharing your experience and your thoughts. And one of the questions that we wanted to ask you today was about what are some of the challenges that you experience as an advocate for studying cancer in the fire service, as you've gone through your own experience.
Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Natasha. Well, truly, I think the biggest hurdle that we had to overcome was disbelief. And mainly the disbelief was a culmination of events. For example, it wasn't just the industry pushing back. It was also municipalities that couldn't believe that this could actually be an issue for their firefighters. And there was pushback from our own fire service, and of course the pushback from institutions that we came to trust and that I looked to initially. And what I found was that really nobody wanted the toxic potato. And I'm only grateful that there were so many people that did think that there was enough to this that they had to get involved with.
And Diane, I wonder, we have a lot of participants today with us, not just here in Orlando and online, but around the world. And as they think about advocating for firefighter cancer prevention and control, what are some steps that you would encourage, our viewers and how they can start advocacy for their local fire department and their, health and safety concerns?
Social media. You have got to be a presence on social media, and it can become almost a full-time job. And engaging families. We heard a lot this morning. I was involved in your Firefighter Cancer Cohort study discussion earlier, and I would support the statements by Sean Anastasia, I think it was, that was speaking about family involvement, and we really have to get our families more involved. I know I tried personally to reach out to my own community, but there was so much resistance that I think that they were afraid to speak to me. And I would just say you have to be very thick-skinned, because advocacy is not for the faint of heart.
When doing advocacy to government and speaking to, I guess, your local representatives and maybe national representative, what advice would you give to both firefighters and their family members in terms of how to engage your local representatives? Some people feel maybe a little bit intimidated, saying they can't find time with their rep. But what would you advise them on how to reach out to state and federal government about getting involved in firefighter issues?
You have to be so persistent, and you have to be willing to accept that for every one yes you get an engagement, you may have to send 500 emails. And I'm truly being honest about that. You really have to be persistent with emails to congressionals and representatives.
Well, thank you so much, Diane. We truly, really, we loved hearing your story. Thank you for being able to be here live and answer questions. It's been amazing to hear your story. Okay. All right, so now I'd like to introduce our next presenters, Drs. Kenny Fent and Miriam Siegel. Dr. Kenny Fent is a research industrial hygienist at the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health and lead of the National Firefighter Registry program. Dr. Siegel is the lead epidemiologist for Niosh's Firefighter Registry team. She completed her doctorate in epidemiology with a concentration in occupational epidemiology at the University of Kentucky as a Central Appalachian Regional Education Research trainee. So today, Drs. Fent and Siegel will be talking to us about the National Firefighter Registry. The National Firefighter Registry is a voluntary registry of firefighters that is designed to help us better understand cancer in the U.S. Fire Service. Congress mandated the NFR's creation through the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health is leading this program. Our goal is to better understand the link between workplace exposures and cancer among firefighters. When it launches, the NFR will be open to all U.S. firefighters, regardless of whether they have a previous cancer diagnosis. So in this presentation, we will hear them provide an update on their progress in setting up the NFR, an overview of how they plan to register firefighters, and how the data can be used for the ultimate goal of understanding and reducing cancer in the fire service. So on to Dr. Kenny Fent.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to give an update on the National Firefighter Registry. I wish I could be there in person so I could see all my friends and research partners, but soon enough. I do want to mention that my colleague, Dr. Miriam Siegel, will be present after this presentation to answer any questions that you might have. So in the United States, there are over 1.1 million firefighters that protect our homes, communities, and environment. Every year, these firefighters respond to roughly 1.4 million fires, and about 500,000 of those are burning structures. Exposure studies have shown that there are hundreds of compounds released from burning materials. Over a dozen known carcinogens have been identified on the fire ground, and even more probable and possible carcinogens have been measured as well. So this is an exposure pathway diagram, and it really illustrates just how complicated the exposure process can be, at least for firefighters. It's not just what firefighters may inhale during a response, but also what may contaminate their PPE and equipment and transfer to their skin or off gas from their gear and so on. just over the last decade, a number of epidemiology studies have provided evidence of a link between firefighting and cancer. One of the most pivotal studies was actually conducted by Niosh, what we call the 3-city cancer cohort study. And this study found increased risk of being diagnosed and dying from certain types of cancer compared to the general population. Several other cohort and case control studies have also found elevated risks of specific types of cancer. However, the cancers have varied across the study populations, with important differences noted by sex and race. But the data for females and minorities, unfortunately, have been really sparse and generally lacked sufficient power to draw conclusions. A few studies have identified exposure-response relationships, but even that data has really been limited. So by looking at some of these past studies, we can certainly draw some conclusions, but these studies also lead to additional questions. So studies have generally reported a link between firefighting and cancer, and certain cancers are consistently elevated with some variation in risk estimates. We know that some variation is probably caused by how firefighting status is ascertained. And there are disadvantages to classifying firefighters based on cancer registry or state fire service records alone. So we might just miss, who is a firefighter. Additionally, little information exists beyond simple occupational status. Few studies have been able to analyze exposure response relationships using incident records. The Niosh 3-city cancer study was one of those studies that was able to do that. But there's a lot more to evaluate, to learn what is it about firefighting that may increase the risk of cancer. Analyses have demonstrated that cancers among demographic subgroups appear to be what we would say consistently inconsistent, meaning that there hasn't been much consensus about which cancers are elevated among select groups of firefighters. But it does appear that women and minority firefighters, who comprise roughly 8% and 20% of the fire service, may have unique experiences as it relates to cancer risk. And it's conceivable that women and minorities may absorb and metabolize chemicals differently or have different biological responses to their exposures. So a lot is still to be learned about how the risk for cancer varies by demographic subgroups, subspecialties of firefighters like volunteers, who represent about 70% of the workforce, or wildland firefighters, and also across different regions of the country. Some past studies have indicated that the magnitude of risk associated with firefighting may still be relatively small compared to some lifestyle factors like smoking. But most studies haven't been able to really account for those personal and behavioral risk factors for cancer and how those may interact with occupation to affect firefighters' risk of cancer. So in short, there are no central or comprehensive sources of data that provide details about firefighters' occupation, personal risk factors and behaviors, and then most importantly, cancer status on a national level. So these knowledge gaps really contributed a great deal to the development of the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018. And this act provided a mandate to CDC Niosh to develop a voluntary registry of firefighters for monitoring and evaluating cancer and cancer risk factors. The goal of the National Firefighter Registry is to, track cancer and risk factors over time so that we can better understand the link between workplace exposures and cancer. Our mission is to generate detailed knowledge about cancer and the fire service through a voluntary registry that reflects our nation's diverse firefighters. And our vision is to then equip the fire service and public health communities with the knowledge they need to reduce cancer in firefighters. We always say that our ultimate goal is to reduce cancer incidence and mortality in firefighters. Lastly, our protocol, which was developed with input and guidance from our NFR subcommittee, which included experts in both the fire service and scientific disciplines, really has provided our overarching objectives. And those objectives include collecting self-reported information from firefighters on their workplace and personal characteristics through an online portal, which we'll talk about more, obtaining records from fire departments or agencies so that we can track trends and patterns of exposure, and then linking with health information databases, including population-based cancer registries, and then the National Death Index so that we can detect cancer diagnoses and death. It's really important to note that all firefighters will be strongly encouraged to join the NFR when it launches, not just those with cancer. The NFR is really more of an exposure registry than a cancer registry. And this is essential for understanding the difference between firefighters that do and do not develop cancer. Firefighters' participation in the NFR is entirely voluntary, but we do hope to enroll 200,000 or more firefighters. And we will have a recruitment emphasis on women, minorities, and volunteers that are specifically called out in the Act. We're also interested in various subspecialty groups that really have been understudied to date. And those include fire instructors and wildland firefighters and fire investigators. So there'll be actually 2 enrollment routes that are part of the NFR. The open cohort will be what we call a non-probability sample, for which any firefighter, whether they're active, former, or retired, will be eligible to participate. And this enrollment route is beneficial for recruiting a very large and diverse sample, but unfortunately may not be generalizable. You can imagine that firefighters who already have cancer or are very concerned about their health may be more likely to participate than others. The targeted cohort will be a prospective cohort of active structural firefighters recruited from rosters from selected fire departments or state agencies. The targeted enrollment allows us to select firefighters throughout the country from a geographically diverse department of various sizes and less susceptible to selection bias than the open cohort. This design also allows us for focused enrollment of women and minorities and volunteers and other kind of understudied groups of firefighters. And importantly, also allows us to more easily access incident records so that we can do a more detailed exposure analysis. The way in which firefighters will enroll is still under development. And this is really taking the longest time because of some of the new data security requirements that have really just come out within the last year or two. And of course, data security is our top priority. And it's absolutely critical that we get this right the first time and that we can protect the data and protect firefighters' privacy. So even though it's still being developed, we do know that enrollment will involve informed consent. It is a voluntary registry, so we have to have informed consent. We'll collect some basic information from the firefighters about themselves, so that'll likely comprise a user profile. And then we'll have a more detailed enrollment questionnaire that'll collect information on demographics and work history, workplace practices, lifestyle, and health history. And we estimate that the enrollment will take about 30 to 45 minutes, where newer firefighters will be on the low end and more experienced firefighters will be on the high end of that estimate. And that's simply because more veteran firefighters will have more work history experiences to report. And then there will also likely be important voluntary follow-up questionnaires, that'll happen periodically after firefighters register. For some groups of participants, we also plan to obtain exposure information from department records, as well as exposure tracking apps when available. So we know that there are many firefighters that are, documenting their own exposures through these applications, and they should have an opportunity to also provide that information to us. We understand and appreciate that if a firefighter is diagnosed with cancer, the last thing on their mind will be to report their cancer to Niosh. So instead, the cancer information will be determined periodically by linking information collected through the NFR with data from all state cancer registries, so that we can determine cancer incidence, as well as linking to the National Death Index to determine cancer mortality. The North American Association of Central Cancer Registries, or NACER, will also have a new virtual pooled registry, or VPR, and that will also be useful for assessing linkages. So this figure shows the data sources that we're interested in capturing. Of course, the web portal, or the NFR registration system, is really the common denominator among the NFR participants, but also for some participants, having department records and exposure tracking information. And so you can imagine all of that data getting funneled down into our exposure database. And then that database is later linked to the health outcome databases, which primarily includes the cancer registries, the state cancer registries, and the National Death Index. So the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act states that we should ensure that the information in the NFR is publicly available as appropriate, while also protecting the personal information of or personal privacy of the participants. So, we are obtaining an assurance of confidentiality, which is the highest level of protection allowed by the federal government. And this will ensure that participants and fire departments and other institutions like state cancer registries, that Niosh will protect the confidentiality of the NFR data. We're also pursuing a secure mechanism for making de-identified data, so data stripped of identifiers, making that data available to our external researchers via the use of research data centers. And research data centers are federal data warehouses responsible for protecting the confidentiality of the participants, while providing access to restricted use data for external researchers to be able to do all sorts of statistical analyses. So this is that figure again, but we want to make that de-identified data that's collected as part of the NFR available to our external researchers, so that they can analyze that data, and really just maximize the benefit of the data for the fire service. And so this would include self-reported questionnaire data and incident record data. And then we may also be able to link NFR data with or without health outcome data to external study data through active collaborations with external researchers where participants overlap and where consent is given. So you can imagine, an external researcher maybe, collecting detailed exposure data or measurements from firefighters in their study, and those firefighters may also be participating in the NFR. And if we have consent to do those linkages, we may be able to link those two data sources together. So once a firefighter registers, we want to maintain regular communications with them. It's really important that the NFR is, that we're constantly reaching out to the participants and letting them know about different opportunities. And it's not just a one-time thing that they're doing. And so our communication platforms will include, newsletter updates and emails or text messages with links or notifications, as well as website resources. And so these platforms could be used to share resources related to external research opportunities, exposure tracking programs, firefighter health and wellness programs and initiatives, important research findings, whether it's related to the NFR or other research, and then also major events like upcoming conferences and things like that. So we definitely want to work with our stakeholders to be able to deliver a lot of this important messaging to the firefighters who participate in the NFR. Most importantly, the data that's collected for the NFR has the potential to address many of the existing knowledge gaps that I mentioned before. And these include, how much cancer and what types of cancers exist among firefighters, and how does the cancer risk vary among the different groups of firefighters, or with the use of certain control interventions? Are we seeing a reduction in cancer risk, for example, among firefighters who have implemented certain control measures? How does the cancer risk vary geographically? And then also, and importantly, how does the cancer risk vary with increasing exposures, including major events? So, we hear a lot from firefighters that, there's one or two big, fires that they attend where they're really concerned that may increase their risk or did increase the risk of cancer. We can also look at current workplace and lifestyle behaviors among firefighters and how that may change over time with the registry. And then we can also do data quality analyses, looking at self-reported cancer versus cancer diagnosis information from registries, just as an example. So we've made a lot of progress over the last year, especially. So we did establish the National Firefighter Registry Subcommittee, which includes 13 members with backgrounds, in the fire service as well as public health and scientific disciplines. And this subcommittee was really instrumental in reviewing our protocol, consent form and enrollment questionnaire, and giving us feedback and guidance, which we largely implemented in the current version. We also submitted a questionnaire for Office of Management and Budget review, OMB review, which is required for any survey of the public. We also drafted an assurance of confidentiality, which I mentioned previously, and that's been submitted to CDC for review. And then we began the planning and development of our registration system and database. As I mentioned, that's taking the longest time because of the security requirements, but we are making significant progress on that as well. And we continue to meet with our fire service and public health stakeholders. And, it's just essential that we can have those communications with those stakeholders. So we are on track to launch the registry in 2022. And when enrollment opens, we will work closely with all the fire service stakeholders, scientific stakeholders, public health, medical, all those different communities. We'll work closely with them to notify firefighters throughout the country. We want all firefighters in our nation to know when the NFR opens and that it's available for them to register. Until then, you can find out more information on our website listed here. You can sign up for our quarterly newsletter at our website. And you're also more than welcome to contact me or my team, and all that contact information is listed here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fent, for sharing this really critical information on the National Firefighter Registry. I'm really excited today that we have Dr. Miriam Siegel with us live to answer some questions. So please feel free to submit your questions in the chat. We do have one question already coming through. So Dr. Siegel, if you can answer, what are the current studies and data on why female firefighters and firefighters of different ethnicity and color get different cancers?
That's a really great question, and thanks to whoever asked the question. I know that topic comes up a lot, and it's a knowledge gap that really still needs to be answered. But I know there's been a few studies that have been able to look at female firefighters and minority firefighters as specific individual groups in terms of the cancers we're seeing among these subgroups. For example, the large 3-city cohort study that Dr. Fent described in the recorded presentation was able to look at some small groups of women and non-white firefighters and found some select cancers to appear elevated among these groups, but they weren't necessarily statistically significant. And the reason for that being that the sample sizes were so small for these groups. We know that these groups make up a minority of the fire service, but still a substantial part of the workforce. So it's really important that we understand cancer risk among these groups. Because as Dr. Fent mentioned, biological processes, the metabolism of different carcinogens, as well as just social determinants of health can be different across different demographics. I will say there's also been some studies out of Florida, University of Miami and their cancer registry, as well as California's cancer registry, looking at non-white and female firefighters as their own groups as well. So it's certainly an area that needs further study.
Great, thank you so much. So are there any groups of firefighters that are of greater interest to the registry?
Well, we're certainly interested in looking at these demographic subgroups. Women, minorities, and volunteer firefighters are specifically called out in the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act, which Dr. Fent described, and that act is available if you wanted to look it up online. But we're also interested in looking at other understudied subgroups of firefighters. This is a really good opportunity to get a very large and diverse sample of firefighters to be able to inform what we know about all sorts of different practices and subspecialties like wildland firefighters or firefighters from specific geographic areas that might fight in hotter climates versus colder climates, certain architectural structures, or airport rescue, industrial firefighting. We're certainly just interested in answering a lot of understudied questions, but I would certainly say women, minorities, and volunteers are of particular interest.
Great, that's really great to know. And so after a firefighter registers, are they done or will they need to come back to the registry with more information? And how will firefighters know when to register?
So after firefighters register, we'll be able to get a lot of basic information about their work and their life and their health through this very comprehensive survey, this questionnaire that they provide at enrollment. But we're hoping to have this platform that's very engaging and gives firefighters the opportunity to come back to not only update information about themselves and their work and their contact information, but also have the opportunity to provide us information on special topics of interest through follow-up questionnaires. Now, those won't be mandatory, those will be optional, but they'll be a really good opportunity for them to provide more information that informs firefighter cancer analyses. Enrollment hasn't begun yet, and we're hoping enrollment to begin sometime next year. And we'll make sure to sound the alarm and make sure that all outlets are aware. We have a website. It's www.cdc.gov/NFR. We'll make sure to post that information on our website. We have a newsletter that you can subscribe to now. We produce quarterly information on that newsletter, and we'll also be communicating with the unions, firefighter interest groups, individual departments as well. So, and presenting at conferences like this one. So you'll be sure to hear from us.
Okay, that's great to hear, and we'll definitely share this on our platform, how to register for the NFR. There's one last question. Do you know of any studies from Europe or any other countries that show cancer risk factors for firefighters?
Yeah, there's been a lot of great international work out of several different countries. I know that other countries have been able to produce mortality studies, just like that was from the 3-city study. So I would certainly look into some of that international research. There was a recent mortality follow-up that came from Spain, I think published last year. And again, there are some emerging trends about which cancers appear to be elevated in firefighters, as well as some geographic variation. So it's certainly an international effort that I think the continued collaboration and communication about this topic are really great.
That's awesome. Well, Miriam, thank you again so much for joining us live and answering these questions. This is such an important initiative, and we're so glad that your team could be here to present.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Lori Moore-Merrill, who currently serves as President and CEO of the International Public Safety Data Institute. Lori began this role in 2019 after serving 26 years as a senior executive for the International Association of Firefighters, where she was responsible for a lot, including frontline interaction with elected officials, executive board members, state, provincial, and local chapter leaders. I think there's a whole nother page of all the stuff that Lori did when she was IFF. And many of you know how instrumental she was when she was with the IFF. Lori, along with a group of fire service leaders, founded IAPSDI a few years ago to assure that every local public safety agency can show their response capability, reliability, and operational performance using their own data. Today, she's going to talk about how national fire service organizations have been instrumental in the passage of state laws with the intended purpose to remove the burden of proof for firefighters with cancer, as we talk about presumptive cancer. National advocacy has also resulted in the legislating with the National Firefighter Cancer Registry, which we just heard about. And these efforts are certainly intended to protect firefighters and advance research to stop firefighter cancer. There is a common link to both efforts being successful, and that's firefighter exposure tracking. It is imperative that fire service leaders understand the need for individual firefighter exposure tracking and data contribution to research. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Lori Moore-Merrill.
Would it be all right if I use one of these? Perfect. Do I have to do anything? No? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I'm your first real human today, right? So I'm really excited to be able to be here with you and to spend some time. And let me just start by saying hello from Pat Morrison. Many of you know Pat Morrison from the IFF, and Pat sends his regards. Normally he would be here in person, had hoped to be, but he is actually undergoing his last round of chemo this week. And so I talked to him just a few minutes ago, actually. He sounded really good, but he's sick. He's going to get his pump out this afternoon. So he's looking forward to a night's sleep without hearing the pump. So any of you who are cancer survivors, I'm sure you recognize that. So Pat does send his regards, and I'm sure you will give him a quick prayer or a good thought along the way. So let's go ahead and jump into our topic today. And as Ed said, we're going to talk a little bit about cancer presumption. But just the statistics, the IFF still looking at up to 67% of the names they put on the wall being cancer deaths. So reported from 2002 to 2020, this has gone up just a percent. It was 66%. After we added in the 2020, then it has gone up even a percentage. So larger than all other deaths reported, all other reasons for deaths, right? And so we are still looking at cancer being the number one killer of firefighters. We have to keep this in front of not only ourselves, but of decision makers. We have to do better. And so looking at that situation, then you know that we've worked for many, many years to pass presumption laws in every state, almost every state, where we have presumption for firefighters, connecting you, right? Connecting any kind of cancer or some kinds of cancers or one kinds of cancer depends on what state you're in, what the law actually says. And so that's why I want to share with you today, because we talk in generalities about presumptive laws, but they're not all the same, and they're not carte blanche presumption. And so it's important that we understand this. So we do have some that just have benefit eligibility. We still have a couple states with no presumption at all. We have had some movement in New Jersey and Colorado adding different types of cancers. So Colorado recently adding breast cancer. We've also had a recent movement in Arizona where they have removed some of the burden of proof. And I'll talk to you about that specificity in just a little bit, because it may be a lesson for other states as well. So let's talk about presumption a little bit, because often when we hear the word presumption, you get, okay, it's presumed. We have this carte blanche situation in our state law, and that's simply not the case. So let's kind of talk through what presumption means. Obviously, there has, it somehow links a particular disease to an occupation, okay? It is presumed that if you get cancer, it came, and you're a firefighter, it came from the job, right? And that's what we all have in our minds. That's when we fight to pass these laws, that's what we're trying to pass, right? Is that kind of linkage that comes, and it would be a condition of your employment. But there are requirements in each of these laws that make them less than carte blanche, okay? So we have to still meet the requirements of the law. So initially, the burden of proof is removed for the firefighter. It is truly presumed, right, that it came from the job. There is initially no level of proof from the firefighter, but these other requirements for the law, and if you look at the last bullet, you'll see a couple of these. Sometimes there are years of service associated. So you must have been on the job for at least 5 years or 10 years, and the laws will vary. Maybe no smoking in your history is a requirement. Whatever the particular states require, but every state has some sort of exposure requirement, right? You still have to show some sort of evidence that you ever went on a fire call where there was actual fire. Something was burning, right? So this is where we get into the details of following the requirements of the law. Now, why is that important? Because in every case, a presumption can be rebutted, Okay? This again is what makes them not carte blanche. And they can be rebutted by anybody in the string, from your workers' comp, from the city or county itself, if you're retired, from your pension board, if you have pension healthcare retirees as retirees. So there's all kinds of places and opportunities for this kind of rebuttal. So what happens then if there is a rebuttal, okay, that does not guarantee your approval of a claim? And if you're anybody in here from Arizona, you've lived with this for some time. Insurance companies can rebut it. So this on-duty, disabilities from cancer, these sorts of things, all of these reasons to challenge a claim. And so what happens then is that the burden of proof can shift. Where I said to you earlier, the burden of proof initially, there isn't a level of burden of proof for the firefighter. But if it's rebutted, that can shift. And if that rebuttal shifts, or the burden of proof shifts, you can have two different thresholds. The first would be the preponderance of evidence. You have to show enough evidence to show the linkage, right, with the job. Your cancer is linked to the job. That's about a 50th percentile, the preponderance of evidence, burden of proof. If your law says clear and convincing, that's about a 90th percentile or 95, 99 percentile burden of proof, right? Clear and convincing is a direct link. Well, what does that mean? So when we get these rebuttals, we shift the burden of proof, then the counter arguments can become much more difficult. At that point, there is a three-part test, and the three parts is exactly why we passed the law in the first place, right? You have to show an injury or illness has occurred. You have to show that it occurred while you were working, and the link between the two, which means evidence of exposure. Is that making sense? All right. So the exposure requirements then can vary within the laws, and they do. Every state law has its own exposure requirements. And so I'll give you a couple of examples. You still are going to have to show it in the claim. So even if you're in a state without exposure evidence required, if you file a workers' comp claim, they're going to ask you for it. Okay, so still providing that linkage, and that three-part test will be asked for. All right, so regardless of where you live, everybody should be tracking their exposures. So here's an example taken straight out of a state law of what we're talking about, right? The exposure requirements, and again, depending on state, for example, may say that you've been exposed to smoke, fumes, carcinogenic, poison, toxic, on and on. You can see that as an active duty or full-time paid firefighter. Well, in whatever particular state this came from, already we've excluded volunteers, right? So these are the kinds of language that you're going to see in some of the state laws. Here's some other examples. These three are taken directly from state laws. I want you to look at the differences. Exposed to a known carcinogen as defined by what we call IARC. The researchers in the room are very familiar with IARC, but that is the International Agency for Research on Cancer. Now, that agency has literally defined a list of carcinogens, right, that are relevant to firefighters. So if you've not heard of IARC before, you should be familiar with that, because it's the likelihood that your state law may even reference it. You have to show exposure to some carcinogen that's on the list of carcinogens from IARC. So you need to know what is in each of your state laws. Here's another one. Demonstrates that he or she was exposed while in the service of the department to a known carcinogen. There it is again, from IARC. Exposed to a toxic substance associated with the increased risk of leukemia or cancer, right? So the state laws all are very different. You know that some cover specific cancers, and there's a list, right? So it's not, again, carte blanche for whatever kind of cancer you get. So exposure tracking is key to be able to have your coverage, have your evidence of exposure, file your claims, and actually be successful. Some of the others that you may see, here's a few more examples. We've got smoke, fumes, again, toxic gases, are there. The last one actually participated in something where there was involved actual firefighting, so showing that you ever even went on a call. And I can tell you for years, we would get calls from chiefs or spouses saying, you know, my husband has cancer and the department doesn't have any evidence he ever went on a call because they didn't have their data. They weren't even tracking their incident data, right? And so these are the kinds of things where you would go back in old paper logbooks. Well, that's why many agencies have started exposure tracking, right? So that we can look at being able to have, in an easy way, this evidence of exposure. I told you I'd tell you about the Arizona bill. This was very recent. This only happened in the last few months because almost every firefighter with cancer in Arizona, when they filed workers' comp claim, it was being denied. Almost every one of them. And so they had to do something, and they fought to shift that burden of proof that I told you about. And here's what happened. So they went to strengthen the presumption, and where they previously had to show exactly when they were exposed. In other words, their law caused them to have to point to, that's the fire where I was exposed to a carcinogen. So it was very specific. So what they've done is take that specificity away, but they still have to show some sort of clear and convincing, and here's their 6-point test in their law, right? I want you to look at the last one. I know that's a very wordy slide, but though they released or reduced some of the exposure specificity, look at the last one. You have to show that it appears to have had its origin in a risk connected with the employment. What does that mean? You still got to show that it is related to the job, right? And so exposure tracking here still going to be necessary. Not a specific fire, but in general, that you have risk related to the job and you were exposed. So it is important that we understand exposure tracking. And you just heard Dr. Fent and Dr. Siegel talk about the National Firefighter Registry. Well, this is our link to research. So we talk about exposure tracking for your own protection, for workers' comp, to fulfill the presumptions in the law. But we are going to need that exposure evidence if we are ever going to learn more about firefighter cancer. And we just saw that it's still the #1 killer, right? So how do we get better research? The only way that is coming is directly from firefighter exposures. If we don't know what exposures are linked to these cancers for various firefighting groups, then that's not going to happen. And so it is imperative that we all promote exposure tracking across the board, regardless of what mechanism you use. We must have firefighters tracking their exposures. So again, here's some of the goals for the National Registry, and that is determining or examining that relationship between firefighter activities and cancer, right? So that is going to be incident information. It's going to be how long you were on scene, what job were you doing, what was the duration of your exposure. Is this making sense? We have to have the link of activities to the cancer so that we can learn more. And this is where that exposure tracking comes in. The same thing, and this is taken directly from what Dr. Fent probably just told you, and that is that we're going to look at that across geography. Do you know that we have thyroid cancer clusters in Nevada? We got brain cancer clusters in Florida. Does anybody know why? What are they exposed to? What's causing those? You see, we're only beginning to learn. Why are these things happening? Why are they different? And unless we can gather this information, we won't know. And so the exposure tracking is going to be imperative. We need to know more about our PPE, right? We've got to track the exposures regardless of the PPE, and the ultimate goal, obviously, of reducing that rate so we can bring down that number, that 67% of firefighters who die from cancer. So we have to do better in that arena. I told you there are lots of exposure trackers. As Ed said, we have one. And so I know that University of Miami has one. Washington State has one. California has one. So there are exposure trackers out there. This one was developed with AFG money Fire Prevention and Safety Grants. It is free. It's in the app stores. University of Miami, again, has theirs. Please track exposures. Please promote these exposure trackers in your departments. They become secure career diaries for your firefighters, not just for their presumption coverage. God forbid they need it, but we know it's inevitable that some will right now. So tracking exposures is key. Have them covered themselves where they can download this list, attach it to a workers' comp claim, and nobody then can deny that that was linked. Their cancer is linked to the job. The same thing for research. We've got to be able to better connect. So with that, there's my contact information. I would love to be able to talk with you or your departments more about using our exposure tracker or any exposure tracker that you might have access to. The point of it is, please encourage firefighters to track their exposures, help the research, and help themselves. Thank you very much for your time. Alberto, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. So we have a couple of minutes to do some Q&A questions from folks online and as well as here in the audience. So for those of you that are joining us online, please be sure to use your app and include your questions on here. We'll be monitoring them directly and can ask Dr. Moore about them. So I'll start us off with how do we get firefighters in a practical way involved with using the app? Like, how do we convince them sort of at the local level? What are some strategies we could do?
Well, I think it's going to be important, and it's obvious that, and forgive me, the more tenured firefighters get it, right? Our newer I wasn't going to say older, the more tenured, they tend to get it because you begin to recognize the exposures you've had through time. And if you've ever gone back to try to get information, it is the likelihood of your department having that information is slim and none. We're all learning that. We're getting better, but it's not great yet. And so we have to do better in that. And so the best thing that I've seen is testimony from another firefighter who had a comp denied, a workers' comp claim, a firefighter with cancer who had to struggle, or their spouse who had to struggle to get to the benefits because they kept being denied. So I think we have to tell those stories, as unpleasant as they may be, because we have to make others recognize that this is real. And if you have the "it won't happen to me" or anybody I know syndrome, you're wrong, because everybody in this room knows somebody, everybody online knows somebody who's had cancer. So we have to tell the story.
And similar to that, we often get a lot of questions about sort of confidentiality when they do reporting into the app, and is the information like leaked out back to my department? How can sort of we encourage firefighters to know that the data that they're reporting is confidential and safe for them?
Oh, that's a great idea. And so all of the apps that you would use, well, I'll speak from ours and yours, I know, are secure. If you download the app from app stores, the app that we just put up, then it is secure to you. You are given an ID code that stays with you for life, even into retirement. It is secure on the Amazon web server to DoD standards. Everything is encrypted, both in rest and in transit. Your department cannot access your data. Okay, it is your career diary. And so that is very important. We get it. And we're not just having, in our app in particular, tracking cancer, but behavior health. And I know that you'll hear about the behavior health aspects of, what we're dealing with in the fire service as well. And so it's very important that you have your data, because even for that, if we're talking presumption, we're only now seeing presumptive loss or PTSD, right? And you're going to have the evidence of exposure there as well. So using an app, protecting your own information, holding your career diary. But I will say this, name a beneficiary to your data. We know you don't want the department in it. I can assure you, if something happens to you, they're not getting in it from us. So it is important that you somewhere name a data beneficiary. Isn't that a strange thing to say? And so somebody who can get your credentials to get into your data, should they need it, if something happens to you, okay? So that's kind of a bad thing to say, but it's important because that's how secure the data is.
That's such a great point about having a store or a proxy just in case something happens that they can access it. Question about international firefighters. So, how about their collection of their data? How can they go about doing it if they're not necessarily in the United States?
Oh, that's great. So our application works in North America. So US and Canada, all in North America and territories. So if you use the N4s app, it will work internationally, both on iOS and Android. I know that Washington State, it is primarily Washington State. California, I believe they open up to others, and yours, I believe, is open up nationwide. Yes. So I'm not aware for, we have talked to the UK, and so we'd love to be able to open up the app for them. So we are in talks with other agencies, the Middle East as well, talking with them about opening up the app for them. So we're in talks, but right now, North America.
And I think we have time for one more question. So if you had, like, for example, blood work done, could you upload it into the app so that you could store it with your exposure info?
Absolutely. So there is a place for you to upload documents. There's also a place for notes. And in the modules within the N4s app, you'll see that there are 5, and then there's an other. So if something really strange, and we get a lot of questions, you know, what if I was exposed to lithium-ion battery fire? Well, that's something you want to document specifically, right? So you might do the fire module and then an other module where you keep some specific notes on those kinds of things. So we have fire EMS, which is going to contain COVID, which you should be tracking too, by the way, COVID. Then we have tech rescue, hazmat is a special module, and then behavior health. So please check those out, download the app, use the app, track your exposure, start your career diary.
Question about if I'm a different type of firefighter. So let's say I'm a fire investigator or I work in wildland. Well, the app, can I use it to record my exposures?
Absolutely, yes. Everyone, dispatchers, do it. Because just the behavior health module for you, you need that, right? So recording those traumatic events that you're working on dispatching, when there's just imagine what they go through. So anybody, arson investigators, we know that you're not, first of all, donning your PPE like you should, so we've got to do that better. But documenting those exposures. SCBA use is another one. Please, soot on your skin, for goodness sakes. We know these things contribute to cancer or carcinogen exposure. Please document these things regardless of who you are. Paramedics, everybody should be tracking their exposures, because at the very least, every one of you are going out of a fire station where there's diesel exhaust. I know plum event, I get it. But diesel exhaust, if you're on scene parked for a while and the motor's running, right? So we have to think outside the box and all of the things you're exposed to. Oh, and one more thing, if I may. Just because we say exposure does not mean there was a breach. A lot of people think, oh, if I had an exposure, there was a breach in my PPE, or something went bad, or I didn't follow the rules. No. You are exposed literally on just about every single call, okay? PPE intact. When you're donning, when you're doffing, SCBA on and off, these are opportunities for exposure. So exposure does not mean there was a breach. It means you were in a toxic environment. So track your exposures.
Awesome, thank you. So please join me in thanking Dr. Moore for her time and for her effort and presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, it's my distinct privilege and pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jeff Burgess. Dr. Burgess has been collaborating with firefighters on health and safety research for close to 30 years, encompassing cancer, injury prevention, respiratory protection, and cardiovascular disease. Regarding firefighter cancer prevention, Dr. Burgess was the principal investigator of the FEMA grant application, Cancer Prevention in the Fire Service Exposure Assessment, Toxic Effects, and Risk Management, as well as the Firefighter Multi-Center Cancer Cohort Study, Framework Development and Testing, better known as our Firefighter Cancer Cohort Study. Dr. Burgess has worked as an emergency medicine physician, a medical toxicologist, and an occupational and environmental medicine physician. He is a member of the Fire Service Occupational Cancer Alliance, facilitated by the NFF. He previously served for 10 years as the co-chair of Niosh on the National Occupational Research Agenda, that's NORA Public Safety Sector Council, where our firefighters are represented. In today's session, Dr. Burgess is going to be discussing our National Firefighter Cancer Cohort Study, also known as FFCCS. It is a multi-center prospective study of exposures, cancer prevention, and cancer outcomes in the fire service. It's a tremendous asset to us here in the United States. Dr. Burgess will be describing the FFCCS, the study results to date, and the ongoing research in there. Please join me in welcoming our senior scientist and a wonderful mentor, Dr. Jeff Burgess.
Thank you, Alberto. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with all of you today. And even though it's just my name up there, this is a really large group. This is a collaboration between the fire service, academia, government. It's been the most enjoyable thing that I've ever worked on. And it's because you get a chance to work with firefighters. That's enough said right there. I also would like to thank all the funders for this. This research would not happen without funding. FEMA has funded a lot of these projects. You can see all those EMWs there. This is not just mine, but it's all the other academics that have gotten grants as well. Also wanted to thank Niosh, NIEHS, which is one of the National Institutes of Health, and the IFF has also funded part of this as well. So, I want to thank Derek Irwin from LA County. I borrowed a few of his slides. You'll see them later on, but they're good slides, so hopefully they're worth a second view as well. I'll be talking tomorrow. So just briefly, what is the Firefighter Cancer Cohort Study? As Alberto said, some important issues. One is that it's prospective. It's looking forward over time. Enormous opportunities for that as compared to the standard grants like, the Doug Daniels study, which I'll talk about in just a moment, that was looking backwards over time. Also, collecting biological samples is really what distinguishes us from the National Firefighter Registry, and there's many things that we can do with that. These are all synergistic efforts. They're not competing. They all really feed into each other, and that's the way I really like to look at them. The other thing is, we have a very ambitious agenda, which is to look at 10,000 firefighters over 30 years. We're just starting off now. We have, I think, more like 1,500 plus another 200 volunteer firefighters. So around 1,700 now. We expect to be at 2,000 roughly in the next 6 months or so. And the other important point is not just understanding what the cancer risks are, but understanding how exposures lead to cancer. That's the mechanistic part. The other thing that's really unique about this, again, is the partnership. Firefighters are involved in every single part of this process, from telling us what questions to ask that are important for them so they can make changes for their own departments to protect their firefighters, to being part of the everyday research activities, the regular meetings. And we learn a lot from the firefighters. They learn a lot from us as we go through here. And then the firefighters are the ones deciding which interventions to put in place that we can test, because we're not just waiting for cancer. We want to prevent it. So what do we do in terms of outcomes that have come out so far? We have biomarkers that can measure both exposures and cancer risks. We want to, this is aspirational, develop individual cancer risk profiles to help guide firefighters early in their career. That's something that we'll develop during the 30 years of our project, but it's very high priority for us. We've already supported workers' comp claims. So as you heard Lori, we're talking about the expansion, the improvement of the cancer presumptive laws in the state of Arizona. The data that have come out of these studies have already helped support that. So we went ahead, Kepler was there too, a number of other folks here. We were presenting to our legislators the information to help support those improvements in our cancer presumptive laws. So again, we want to prevent cancer, not just study it, but prevent it, also eventually to identify it early and improve outcomes. So I'm going to go through these really quickly because I probably have more slides than I need. I'm a usual academic in that regard, but the oversight and the planning board run by Casey Grant, this is really the way that fire service has input at the higher level. Realize that there's input for every single project we do too, with additional firefighters there. The Data Coordinating Center run by Alberto, fantastic. It is the one that creates all the surveys for us when we need them, tracks all of that survey data, maintains that regulatory work, which is an unsung part that takes forever for them. And so huge burden on that. They do it very effectively. The Exposure Assessment Center, Dr. Miriam Calkins from Niosh, again, measuring the exposures using a variety of different techniques. And then I run the Biomarker Analysis Center, and we'll talk a little bit about how we use those biomarkers in a moment. I couldn't begin to tell you all the partners. It would take too much time, but just say that there's a lot of them. There's ones for our initial projects, and I didn't, and you can see that, that many are involved in more than one project as well, but we have a lot of different projects going around, and then they all work under the FFCCS umbrella. So this is a basic idea. I'm not going to, again, take too much time out of here, but you can see that the way we funded it, and again, a lot of this funding is from FEMA, is for very specific projects that have particular objectives. So we can do studies in different ways and answer different questions based on the funding, but again, it all contributes to the improvement of and prevention of firefighter cancer. So very busy slide. I won't, again, take everything in here, but at its root, what we want to do is prevention. So we can do that in a couple different ways. And just so you kind of interpret the slide, everything that's black are things we're already doing, potential future research topics that we already have kind of on the board or beginning to look at, those are in blue. So from a perspective of reducing exposures, again, we've already measured different ways of reducing exposures that, for example, with TFD, Tucson Fire Department, we want to get to this idea of treatment to help reverse some of the early changes. Again, that's something we hope to look at in the future. We already have some proposals to look at early detection of cancers as well. And I also want to point out, let me see if I can use this right here, that we're beginning to get into the reproductive field too. That's with our women firefighter study, from some work with male firefighters, with some colleagues of ours, Dr. Tim Jenkins from BYU, for example, working with LA County, wants to look at effects on sperm of firefighting. So again, things that will be coming up. I also want to point out here that we have, a way that we often do this is to compare new recruits to incumbent firefighters and then follow those new recruits over time. And again, we've seen here changes within the first between incumbents and new recruits, adjusting for things like age, where we've actually seen changes in these same markers over the first 2 years of a firefighter's career. So these are things well before the onset of cancer, but that express increased cancer risk. The other thing, as you've heard too, is we have a number of subgroups we've already looked at. We have one project on ethnicity, which was just kind of a side project. It's a much bigger, needs a much bigger effort. Alberto put in a proposal to FEMA. For that, I put in one for wildland firefighters beyond WUI. And in the past, we've had, again, other folks like Dr. Jenkins putting proposals in for reproductive outcomes. These are kind of some of the biomarkers in the middle. I'll get to that in the second slide, actually in a moment. But coming back to this Niosh 3-city study, which is on the left, I wanted to use this not to go over it in detail, but just to point out the cancers that were up in that study as compared to another one in Niosh, a case control study done by Rebecca Tsai and her colleagues. And if you'll notice, there are some that are the same and some in the boxes and some that are different. Why are there these regional differences? Again, as Lori had mentioned previously, this is really important. We don't know why. This is through the study, we want to be able to understand that by having multiple fire departments, involved in this and from different regions, not just a single location. The other thing that I'd like to bring up too is that within that California study, I like to point out that they also did a sub-analysis of minority firefighters, 2/3 Hispanic, 1/3 Black. They kind of analyzed them together because of the sample size, and they found an additional 6 cancers that were just up in the minority firefighters as compared to non-Hispanic white firefighters. Again, this is really important to do prevention. We need to know why that is. And then women firefighters, again, an understudied group, based on the Daniel study, and again, a lot of people don't focus on this part of it, the women firefighters there had a 10-fold or 1,000% increase in bladder cancer. So again, there'll be some similarities between women and men firefighters, but there are also going to be things that are different and unique. So how do we do this? As I told you before, one of the major things we do is collect biological samples. Why? Because we want to analyze biomarkers. A biomarker is just something that you can measure in biological samples. It could be the chemical itself you care about, a metabolite of that chemical, or some effect of that chemical on the body. Why are these particularly important for cancer? It's because of that long latency period between the exposure and onset of cancer. But depending on the type of cancer, it can be between 3 and 30 or more years. And so that biomarker is really looking at both the exposure and the cellular change. We generally look at exposure biomarkers in urine. We look at effect biomarkers generally in blood, although you can do each and that's not a hard and fast rule. And eventually we'd like to understand who's at higher risk using susceptibility biomarkers, but we haven't gone there yet. And again, we certainly involve our oversight and planning board before we went that direction. So just some ideas of the things we currently evaluate, all the things on the left, both in blood and urine, both biomarkers of exposure, effect. There's even one that we're using right now that looks at ovarian reserve, the number of oocytes that are in a female firefighter. We have some preliminary information suggesting that this may drop at a more rapid rate in women firefighters than it does in women in the general population. Again, that's something we're working on. I also want to point, oops, good thing here we go. Wrong green button. So some of the things that are coming along too. So we've been really successful with these. Some of the things that we anticipate having, and I really believe this has huge promise, is being able to take a urine sample and be able to measure both the exposures that came out in the urine as well as the effects on the body. So this is a promising technology. It takes a lot to develop it, but by the end of 2021, we believe that we'll have some good ways of being able to look at chemicals that go up after a fire and the effects on the body. I think this is going to be incredibly important for both documentation of exposures and effects. Also, we're going to move beyond just the targeted PFAS that are generally measured, that are up in the general population, to be able to look at untargeted or additional PFAS that may be specific to firefighters as well. Again, this is through all of the colleagues that are working together on this. We talked before about sperm measurements. In the future, we'd like to be able to identify cancer early through cell-free DNA, small DNA particles that are coming off of cancers and floating in the body, and also some very cutting-edge technology to be able to look at mutagenic effects in firefighters in a very sensitive fashion in a way that's really never been possible before. So these are some of the things that we don't know the timeline specifically in it, but we're looking at being able to address this as well. So how does this work? Well, the way we work usually is either when we're putting in a grant proposal to FEMA or some other organization, or when we have funding and need additional partners, we talk with the fire department. It's important for the career departments to have both labor and management support of this. It's important to get volunteer fire departments as well too, and that's something that Dr. Judith Graber will be talking about, I believe, later in this session. And then we essentially go to the site. They decide where we should be recruiting people. It's completely voluntary. We collect blood and urine, collect survey information, and then we're really working now at reporting information back as soon as possible so that the participants in the study aren't just helping other firefighters, but getting information that's useful for themselves. So I want to highlight very quickly, and again, thanks to Derek Irwin from LA County, Niosh funded a WUI study that went through the Firefighter Cancer Cohort study framework, again, because it really facilitated the research. You don't want academics going out to actually sites of campaign fires. It's a bad idea. So the firefighters are out there collecting urine and bringing it back, and poor Sean Vidal, who can raise his hand here just so everyone can see him, was driving around LA County. And you can imagine, if you've been there, what that was like, picking up the urine from the firefighters after they brought it back from the fire so we could get it back to our lab. So it could be sent to Niosh in this particular case for analysis. So the firefighters, as you guys all know, are incredible problem solvers. So when you say, hey, we need to do this, he came up with, working with his team, with some solutions. We bought those black bags at Target. And wrote on them, and they had them there so that as soon as they came back from the fire, they'd pee in that before they lost all their urine, and so that we could do our study. So interim results to date, And again, this is all through both the Tucson Fire Department, pre-study, and then the ones subsequently. We've shown that everyone on the fire ground is exposed. So not just the entry teams, but the engineers and the medics. We've also shown that interventions such as putting engineers on air and doing a wash down prior to doffing your gear reduces absorption of chemicals into the body of engineers and firefighters by about 40%. We've shown that use of wipes to clean skin not just reduces exposure, but it reduces the toxic response to those exposures. We've identified these epigenetic changes that put firefighters at increased cancer risk, both again between incumbent and new recruits over time. And we have some initial epigenetic changes that may explain why there's more those specific cancers in minority firefighters, and we have a lot of PFAS stuff coming. So how are these things being used? Well, TFD took this information, and again, it's a collaboration. They asked for this information, now they're using it to support their standard operating procedure changes to reduce their firefighters. We've used the results to help support the firefighter cancer presumptive laws, as you saw in Arizona that Lori was talking about. This information about mechanism was given to the folks that advise IARC, and it helped them decide to revisit firefighting again in June of next year. And this structure is helping us do all sorts of additional studies as we previously described. Just some very quick examples. What we did working with Jackie Goodrich at University of Michigan, who's an expert on DNA methylation, we found differences in Hispanic and non-Hispanic white firefighters in terms of methylation of genes, many of which are involved with cancer. We believe this may be one mechanism by which minority firefighters are having different cancers than non-Hispanic white firefighters. Again, a lot more research is needed. Also using the serum PFAS that we've measured. That previous one was published. This one is still kind of, it's in the process of being submitted, but we found that specific PFAS chemicals, PFHXS, straight chain PFOA, and branch chain PFOS are associated with epigenetic aging, so more rapid cellular aging. This is, again, one potential mechanism by which these exposures could cause cancer. And then finally, last steps. This one of the big things for us is to expand from this, what I believe to be, will be around 2,000 soon, to 10,000 for this longer term. It is a challenge for us. It's something that we talked about in our meeting this morning. I think that we have a number of these other studies that are helping to support ways of looking at exposure, like the metabolomics, some potential for interventions to reduce exposure, so not just exposure reduction, as was done in Tucson, but perhaps some nutraceutical interventions as well, although again, these have to be done very carefully. And then we have additional studies for particular groups and particular exposures, like for example, concern about cell towers on stations, other sources of electromagnetic radiation. Our colleagues at University of Washington put in a proposal to FEMA to look at that using our same mechanism and our same endpoints. And again, happy to take any questions. So thank you for the opportunity to share this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess. So this is our Q&A session, so we have a couple of minutes here. Any questions from the audience before I start entertaining those from the app online? And you'll have to stand up because these lights are glaring, so we can't see far out. Okay, so one of the questions that we have from our internet audience is saying, most of the data for exposures and studies collected are sort of like high-level acute exposures. Could you talk about the plans about how you evaluate low-level chronic exposures, say, from fluorinated materials?
Yeah, so Alberto and the person who asked the question was bringing up an important point of firefighters have kind of a unique exposure pattern of multiple repeat exposures on the fire ground. But in addition, they've got a number of other exposures that can occur from a number of sources. And so, you choose the location where you want to look at the exposure, for example, blood or urine, based on where that chemical is. So for a lot of the more chronic exposures, it may build up in the blood. We analyze in the blood. So PFAS, brominated fire retardants, things that take a long time to get out of your body, we'll look at there.
Yeah. with longer half-lives to stay there. All right, another question we have from our online audience is, if the data collected from a cohort is independent of the fire department, is it cross-referenced to a specific call to verify that the incident and the exposure actually occurred? There could be some pushback from the fire department if the data is sort of not validated.
All right, I'm trying to think about the question, but if I'm interpreting it correctly, we do try to collect information, like Laura was just presenting about, individual fire incidents. We collect information on that, but it depends. So if we're collecting urine after a particular incident, we do track that incident. If we're looking at some of these longer term effect, we look at all the exposures together. So for the epigenetic changes, we look at cumulative time at fire or the cumulative fire runs. So it all depends upon what we're trying to measure. But we do get information about specific fires if we're using those acute exposure measurements, like the WUI fires are a perfect example. We want to know exactly what was going on at that WUI fire so to interpret the urinary results.
Okay, so those were our questions online. Any others from the room? All right, well, join me in thanking Dr. Burgess for your presentation. All right, so we've reached our first break. So we've reached our first break for today. So we'll have a 25-minute break. It's 3 o'clock, so we'll regain the next portion of the symposium beginning at 3:25. So it's 3 p.m. We'll restart again at 3:25. We'll do some DVT prophylaxis. Please stand up, stretch your legs, socialize with everybody in the room. And for those of you online, talk to each other.
All right, if everybody wants to take their seats, we'll get started again. If anybody knows Chief Denny Compton, who is a big part of starting the Cancer Alliance, he's a real stickler for being on time. So as a long-term mentor of mine, I better follow what he'd like to do. So for the audience that's online, I just want to remind everybody when we do a Q&A session, if you're online, you can ask questions through the app and the Q&A function. Don't do it in the chat, do it in the actual Q&A function on the app. And if you're here in person, when we do a Q&A, we'll have a microphone available so people can ask questions. So next up, we have Dr. John Howard and Dr. Alberto Caban Martinez again, who will be presenting the Niosh research on firefighters and total worker health. Dr. John Howard serves as the director of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health and the administrator of the World Trade Center Health Organization or program for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He first served Niosh as its director from 2002 through 2008, and again from 2009 to the present. Dr. Caban Martinez, who is no stranger, obviously. I love working with all these doctors and these long different titles and board certifications they have. I just like being a firefighter. It's so much simpler, Alberto. But Dr. Caban Martinez is an occupational epidemiologist, osteopathic physician, board certified in public health, and obviously assistant professor of public health services at the University of Miami, Miller School of Medicine, and deputy director of the Firefighter Cancer Initiative at the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center. It makes the first responder name look short. He currently serves as principal investigator of the FEMA-funded National Firefighter Cancer Cohort study expansion that includes fire investigators, fire trainers, volunteers, and wildland-urban interface firefighters. Dr. Howard will give a brief description of the scope of Niosh research involving the fire service, followed by Dr. Caban Martinez's presentation on total worker health. Please welcome Dr. Howard to the screen.
Good morning. And thank you for allowing me to join you for today's symposium to talk about the work that Niosh has been doing on firefighter health and safety. I would also like to thank the organizers of this symposium, the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center's Firefighter Cancer Initiative, and the First Responder Center for Excellence. Niosh has a long history of working on firefighter health and safety issues, including our firefighter fatality investigation and prevention program, the work of the World Trade Center Health Program, and our research into exposures many firefighters face on the job. This includes our research on wildland firefighters, fire cause investigators, and fire instructors. We are investigating unique chemical exposures, including PFAS in firefighting foams, as well as flame retardants that are commonly used in household furnishings. Niosh researchers are also looking at the effectiveness of PPE decontamination and laundering, which is critical to reducing take-home or back-to-the-station exposures. In addition to examining the physical and chemical hazards firefighters face on the job, Niosh is also applying the total worker health lens to better understand the interrelationships among the stressors firefighters encounter both on and off the job, and how those impact their health and well-being. You may also be familiar with the Niosh Cancer Cohort study, which is the largest study of firefighters and cancer in the United States. This pivotal study identified an elevated risk of specific types of cancer among structural firefighters from 3 large municipal fire departments in San Francisco, Chicago, and Philadelphia. This study helped lay the groundwork for support to better understand the risks faced by our nation's fire service. The passage of the Firefighter Cancer Registry of 2018 tasked Niosh with creating the National Firefighter Registry, with the goal of tracking and analyzing cancer trends and risk factors among the U.S. Fire Service. This work will help the public safety community municipal fire departments in San Francisco, Chicago, and Philadelphia. This study helped lay the groundwork for support to better understand the risks faced by our nation's fire service. The passage of the Firefighter Cancer Registry of 2018 tasked Niosh with creating the National Firefighter Registry with the goal of tracking and analyzing cancer trends and risk factors among the U.S. fire service. This work will help the public safety community, researchers, scientists, and medical professionals find better ways to protect those who protect our communities and environment. The registry is a priority for Niosh, and Dr. Kenny Fent, the lead for this effort, and his team are working very hard alongside others inside and outside of Niosh to launch the registry in 2022. When it launches, Niosh will work closely with fire service stakeholders, including many of you in the audience today, to notify firefighters throughout the nation of this important effort. We want every firefighter, active or retired, volunteer or career, and those with or without cancer to have an opportunity to register. The more firefighters who register, the more we will learn about the risk of cancer across the entire fire service landscape. You will hear more about the registry later from Dr. Fent. Much of this research would not be possible without our continued partnerships with other federal agencies, academic institutions, and private and nonprofit organizations. This includes the work we do through the National Occupational Research Agenda's Public Safety Sector Council. Moreover, we cannot be effective without the support of the fire service. It is imperative that we hear from professional organizations, from fire chiefs, and those on the front lines about the health and safety issues and the concerns you are facing. Our ultimate goal is to equip the fire service and the public health communities with knowledge that they need to reduce cancer in firefighters and improve their health and well-being. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I wish you a successful and enjoyable conference.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and everyone joining us online. My name is Alberto Caban, and I'll be talking a little bit about total worker health. I'm really excited and pumped to talk about this topic, which is a very practical public health topic. Indulge me for the next couple of minutes as I take you through the lens of total worker health and how we can apply it to study cancer in the fire service. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the background and the rationale for total worker health. I'll show you how it can be applied within the fire service and what are some opportunities for implementation within the fire service. So I want to make this a little bit interactive as possible, and I'll do this with the folks in the room. So how many do folks want to give a guess of what is the size of the general US population currently right now, documented and undocumented individuals in the United States? Okay, so it's estimated around 330 million individuals in the United States that are today. Do you know what the size of the US firefighter workforce is? Among those 330 or so million Americans, how many are firefighters? And people from the NFPA are not allowed to answer that question. Okay, so we have about 1.1 million individuals are estimated to make up the workforce of the United States for firefighters. So specifically, it's estimated to be about 1,056,000 in the year 2017. But what's interesting there is that not all firefighters are created equal, right? So we have very different groups of firefighters that make up this workforce. In fact, it's estimated that about 35% of that workforce is career professional firefighters. And some of our volunteer firefighters from Florida have reminded me that they also find volunteering to be a career. But around 35% make up the United States workforce as career professional. And the other 65% come from our volunteer body. It's estimated that about 7%, 8% is about women firefighters that make up that workforce. And half of our firefighter workforce in the United States is between 30 and 49. With approximately almost 30,000 fire departments around the US. I'm going to use today's example for total worker health by talking about our Florida firefighter workforce, which I'm most attuned to. So we have estimated around 70,000 career and volunteer firefighters in Florida, about 45,000 are career and 23,000 are volunteer fire departments. And you can see the distribution of the infrastructure between city, county, and fire departments in the table displayed below. So what approach do fire departments use to keep firefighters safe and healthy at work? What strategies do they use in order to maintain the health and safety of their workforce? And so traditionally, we look to occupational health and safety programs and different subgroups of those programs in order to address that question. So some of those components of a traditional occupational health and safety program can include training and supervision of all tiers of the ranks within the fire service. It could have a hazard identification program. It could maintain records and statistics of how injuries are happening within the fire service. It might monitor and follow up on different hazards that firefighters are exposed to throughout the career. But taken together, these elements, some more prominent than others, should be visible within the fire service infrastructure. When we look at occupational health and safety in the United States, it's been evolving over time. If you look on the left on this busy graph, what started originally as sort of a monodisciplinary, where folks would study some sort of disease that comes out of a worker group, and you fast forward to today, we now have become more multidisciplinary and trying to understand not just occupational health and safety, but also workplace health promotion. How can we use the work context to improve the health of the firefighters so they can leave as healthy as they started when they began their tenure? So if you look all the way on the right, closer to the 2000s, we start now looking at well-being at work. We use multidisciplinary approaches. We try to include health promotion within the workplace, improving both health and well-being and quality of life. And so if we look similarly at the evolution of health promotion programs within the workplace, there's been sort of these three pillars of how workplace health promotion beyond traditional occupational health and safety have evolved. So on your left, we start with traditional workplace health and wellness programs that have been sort of morale oriented, right? You could do it. You could get healthier if you focused on it. But unfortunately, it tends to have poor performance outcomes and not a lot of people participate in it. If you look all the way to the right, which is where we envision a more modern and integrated health and wellness program in an organization, it's very results oriented, right? So how much a percentage of your workforce has cardiovascular disease? How much of it has diabetes? How much of it has high blood pressure, right? And then you start adding different activities within the organizational structure to try to improve productivity, reduce risk, all integrated into one. So a little bit more high performance. Now, this is very interesting lens of trying to combine both occupational health and safety as well as workplace health promotion, because workforces change, right? That's the only thing that we can expect, that we will always have change. So if you look at the future of work in terms of hazards, we should always see the same type of persistent, exposures that we have traditionally in our workplace, but we have new ones that emerge, right? So COVID-19, how do we deal with that and adapt as a fire service to those changes? The other can be the employment. How many people are entering the fire service? Are people delaying their retirement, staying longer within the fire service? Are there competitions between different departments and taking their workers from one fire department over to another because the benefits are better on one than the other? The flexibility of work, right? How many days do you have to work, and you have choices if you're trying to be a mom and raise kids with your spouse? What type of flexibility is available through that employment? And then from the workforce context, we think about issues like the aging workforce. If you have delayed retirement in working, we could expect to see maybe workers that have more chronic conditions come on board with more health-related issues. One of the challenges we have now is obesity, right? Even the younger workforce that comes in is already overweight and obese. So how do we support them in trying to achieve optimal health and safety? And also multi-generational, right? So having different generations working side by side on a team effort, where maybe the older worker just doesn't see right with that younger firefighter that just started. I always hear the story of, well, we've always been doing it this way, so this is how we do it in the fire service, but how do you, the younger firefighters that are coming in and want to embrace and use more healthier approaches to health and safety do so? And I think we have a unique opportunity in using the total worker health approach to do so. And I want to share with you the experience that we do here in Florida and at least how I see it. So safety, health, and well-being, I think, are intrinsically tied. So how we think about a firefighter's health and safety and ultimately their cancer experience can be tied to many different aspects of the work environment, including outside of the work environment. So for example, diet, right? So you live at a fire station and that's your family and you eat there, but then you go home and what type of diet, nutrition do you have there? Smoking. So what type of secondhand smoke or direct smoke exposure do you have beyond the smoke exposure you have as part of your, exposure there? Noise, right? There's many different sort of factors that we think about how are they interrelated between the work context and the home context that go together. So what is total worker health? So by definition, total worker health is defined as policies, programs, and practices that integrate protection from work-related safety and health hazards, looking at promotion and injury and illness prevention efforts. So in plain English, it's trying to integrate occupational health and safety with workplace health promotion. So how do we do that? So I'll tell you by first defining 3 important terms about the total worker health lens. The first is policies. So I want you to reflect in your mind for a minute, what are some of the policies that are inherent to your fire department? If we talk about cancer coverage or cancer screening, does your fire department cover cancer screening? Do you have an annual medical exam? Do you have a screening, right? What are the policies in place? Like all the firefighters must undergo that. You may also have programs, and a program is a plan of action aimed at accomplishing a clear objective. So an example could be a program called the Hood Swap Program, where your department actually swaps hoods to make sure that when they go back on service that they have a new clean hood ready for that exchange. The other lens for total worker health is the practices. So what do we do that's a behavior, right? The application of an idea, but it may not necessarily be written down as a policy or as a program that's done. It's just, everybody does it that way. So an example could be maybe leaving your dirty boots out in the Bay Area and not bringing them inside so you don't track, soot or contaminant throughout the workstation. It's not written as a policy, but we practice it because we want to keep everyone as clean as possible. And so total worker health is looking at our policies, programs, and practices together. So keep that in mind. The other important lens with total worker health is looking at things both from the worker level and at the organizational level. I'm often frustrated with leadership or an organization blaming the worker for not having been compliant with a certain policy or practice that made them susceptible to that disease or to that safety issue. When in reality, it's a shared partnership, right? The organization should also be invested in the health and well-being. So how does the programs, policies, and practices of the organization also protect ultimately from cancer development? And so from total worker health, we'll be looking at both the worker level and the organizational level. So how did this all get started? Where did total worker health come from? Somebody thought of it? So this was actually an inherent program within the Center for Disease Control, which started as the work-life balance for employees at the CDC. So in 2011, June, just around this time, 10 years ago, Niosh launched officially the Total Worker Health Program that seeks to recognize different technologies, working conditions, and emerging forms of employment that can potentially impact worker safety, health, and well-being. Unfortunately, this lens hasn't been applied a lot to the fire service, and I think we have a lot to learn and think about by using a total worker health lens. Again, remember, we're trying to integrate traditional occupational health and safety defined by health protection with practices, programs, and policies of workplace health promotion defined as health promotion. So for you nerds that took calculus, we want to integrate the top and the bottom here on what's going on. So if you reflect on your workplace health, if your fire department, you think about maybe some of the different policies, programs, and practices that align with health and safety issues. So a fire department may have an EAP, a third-party vendor that maybe provides mental health services. The fire department will clearly have a health insurance program with their county or municipality. There might be some form of an occupational safety and health program that they, aligns to NFPA standards. There may be a workers' compensation program available within the county or the state that supports that. But oftentimes these programs are not integrated. They don't talk to each other, right? So how many times have you had a worker that got injured, but then they have to be, shuttled between many of these different components of it? And so Total Worker Health is seeking to be able to integrate these traditional aspects of occupational health and safety with health promotion. And so again, the goal is integration of all these aspects together. So total worker health looks at a couple of different lenses, and I apologize, this slide is small, but it's just to show you a 37,000 foot view of all the different ways you can apply total worker health to a fire department. So if we think about, for example, control of hazards and exposures, you can use organizational level and worker level aspects of control to look at chemicals, physical agents, biological agents, the traditional occupational health and safety. But you can also look at the organization of work. Can you change the workflow of how the firefighters are doing something within their shift, within their station, within the department in order to improve the health outcome of interest, right? How can we reduce that cancer? You can look at the built environment, right? Do we have the proper HVAC? Is air that's circulating that may be poor in one area, transferring dirty, contaminated air to another? Total worker health asks us to look at leadership, right? And leadership at all tiers within the organization, from our young rookie pro-B firefighters that are emerging, wanting to rise in the ranks, to our more seasoned, mature firefighters that may be set in their traditional ways of doing something, but we can maybe change them to think about it in different ways. And so taken together, you can see that there's a lot of opportunities to apply this framework to the firefighter environment. I want to show you just some really like three concrete examples that Niosh shares with us on total worker health approaches. So let's say in your fire department, you have high smoking rates, you know, that maybe 20% of the workforce actually smokes. So you could combine conversations on respiratory protection, how we use SCBA with smoking cessation in a respectful and confidential way so that it doesn't necessarily highlight somebody who's a smoker, but yet gets the conversation going about, yeah, maybe we do have a tobacco issue going on. Maybe we are vaping or chewing too much within our service. A second example can be hearing conservation. So if we think about all the loud noises that firefighters are exposed to on and off the scene, you know, going home to a loud household or being in a incident response that has a lot of loud noises. What about the opportunity about having a conversation about hearing conservation and testing ourselves annually to make sure we're not having hearing loss, to then talking about what are some of the loud structures within the fire station that maybe we can adapt through engineering controls to try to reduce some of those loud sounds. And the third example, which affects all workers, including our firefighters, is musculoskeletal disorders, right? So how do we prevent, for example, osteoarthritis within this workforce? Is it possible to have discussions about ergonomics? So when we're doing patient handling and move them on the gurney from one location to another, we can also talk about arthritis management. Like, yeah, your knee creaks, but how is that related also to the way that you're lifting patients, right? And we sort of integrate those conversations together into one. So we actually did an experiment 3 years ago in Florida to the question that our firefighters brought to us about, well, it's too expensive to start a cancer screening program for us. We just can't afford it. It's expensive and we don't have the expertise to do so. So we surveyed about 30% of the Florida Fire Service. So this is just a convenient sample, but we actually looked at multiple factors using the total worker health lens to understand what influences a fire department in being to implement a cancer screening activity. And this was very broad. It could be skin cancer, talking about colorectal cancer screening. And so our analysis showed that there's really three primary factors that influence the implementation of a cancer screening activity within a fire department among this sample of departments. And one is having an occupational safety and health program present, one that's updated regularly through committee meetings, and then one that has a written OSH policy statement. So it really didn't matter whether any of the other factors within the lens of total worker were present. We're really just shaping the OSH program, influence the using of it. So in order to get these estimates, you need data, right, to show like what's going on within your fire department. And I wanted to show you one way that we look at the total worker health through the lens of existing data. So we created what's called the Florida Firefighter Chart Book. This allows us to estimate the health status of our Florida firefighter community. And so one of the things we do is we take data that's collected as part of an online system called BRFSS. So at the state level, the CDC administers a survey to all to a selected sample of Floridians, and we are able to classify them into the job type that they're in. After we classify them into their job type, we further pull out the firefighters that are within their job type and compare their health status to those of other Florida workers. So in this analysis, we pooled different years of data, BRFSS 13, 15 to 17, and you can see our sample had about 33,094 workers, which estimates to be about 6.5 million workers of the Florida workforce. So we pulled out our firefighters from that sample and started to compare analysis. And I'll highlight some of the things that we found in this study. So no surprise, a lot of the trends here at the state match what we see at the national level. So for example, in terms of gender, 9% of the female workforce, 9% of the workforce is female in the state of Florida. The greatest proportion is within those that are 40 to 59-year-olds. So we have a more mature Florida workforce. About 58% are white, 81% report some high school education, and then about 80% report being married or cohabitating with an individual partner. So from there, we pull out the health conditions and say, okay, what is the health status of our Florida firefighters? And so you can see here that each color represents a disease type, so cardiovascular disease, skin cancer, other types of cancer, depression, and kidney disease. And we can break it down by different lenses, so we can look at by the age group. So does this affect our older or younger firefighters? You can see those firefighters that are greater than 60 self-report more cardiovascular disease and skin cancer, right? And so we see a lot of skin cancer here in Florida. And when you stratify it by marital status, similarly, you can see differences in the reporting of chronic diseases there. We also see them by gender. So you can see that our women firefighter report a little bit more skin cancer, the proportion there, as well as through education and as well as through race. Now, when we compare our Florida firefighters to the other workers in the state of Florida, what do we see and what do we learn? So we see that this is the distribution of disease across all workers, and I'll highlight for you what we see in our Florida firefighters. So skin cancer is elevated. And one of the things that we've been working, thanks to our state fire marshal and our health and safety collaborative and others around the state, is improving decontamination procedures, right? How do we change those policies, programs, and practices within a department to try to improve decon? Because we know that many of the exposures within the fire service, like polyaromatic hydrocarbons, can contribute to some of these diseases beyond being the Sunshine State. Because I know many of you say we're in the Sunshine State. So is it UV exposure as well? We can also compare different rates of asthma, depression, arthritis, and diabetes. So for example, if we look at our firefighters, you can see they actually have less prevalence of self-reported asthma, depression, arthritis, and diabetes. This could be skewed. Remember, this is self-reported data that, if they feel confident enough to report the information within a survey. But usually you have to be healthy to work, and particularly our firefighter workforce has to be healthier. So we expect to see slightly lower rates when compared to the general population. Similarly, when looking at alcohol and physical activity use, so a risky behavior, right? Something that you may want to have a discussion about in the fire service, we see that about 87% of our firefighters don't meet physical activity requirements, despite it being a physically demanding job. And about 27% of our firefighters report engagement in different alcohol consumption. And then when we look at smoking rates, interestingly in Florida, we have very low smoking rates. The BRFSS, independent of some of our other cohort data, has showed that smoking tends to be lower at 1.8% within the overall workforce. And then similarly, when we look at overweight and obesity, you can see our firefighters seem to show a slightly higher rate of the proportion of people that are in the overweight or obese category. So diet and nutrition, another lens of total worker health. How do we have conversations about integrating diet and nutrition within the fire service and improving exercising and giving policies that support the ability to exercise while one is on shift? Right? And so we look at health insurance coverage within our firefighter workforce in Florida, and you can see that mostly everybody has health insurance, with just 1% that don't report health insurance. So there is an opportunity to make sure that we leverage healthcare access and utilization with their providers. So when we look at the distribution of health status, like how do firefighters report their health? So their overall health status for those here in Florida, you can see about a quarter of the population that are white collar, 26 report excellent health. And then when we look at our firefighters, which has the largest, about 35% report excellent health. And so you can compare health insurance status, visit with a primary care physician within the last 12 months, and then, or identifying with a healthcare physician, and then a last checkup, where you can see some variation in the percentage of the workforce that's visiting a doctor or considers that they visited a doctor. So we can use this chart book and using this data to be able to, as a starting point, identify opportunities for total worker health in the workplace. What are some of the areas that we can begin? We see variations, for example, in the prevalence of skin cancer within our Florida firefighters. So what type of conversations can we have within the department at the organizational level and at the worker level to be able to improve some of these risk behaviors or health conditions? So one strategy for total worker health is using the traditional hierarchy of control, but apply it to the total worker health lens. So in this view, we can talk about first stages is to eliminate. Are there opportunities to eliminate some of the working conditions that impact safety, health, and well-being within the workplace, followed by substitution? Is there a way of substituting a particular hazard or behavior or approach that is contributing to that health disease, using engineering controls and redesigning? Doing education, and then support and encouragement of that change personally within the department. So then you may be curious, so where do I start? This sounds like a lot, and where do I begin if I wanted to start with my fire department? So one way to start with your fire department is I recommend using the CDC scorecard. A first step could be begin with a total worker health committee. Select maybe 2 to 3 firefighters and different tenures of the workstation that are wanting to be able to use this lens to describe the health status of the workforce. Make sure you secure top leadership support to be able to do this. Try to see if you can get a dedicated health and safety officer to serve on this role. Then you want to grab the CDC health and scorecard. Now, I'm going to show really quick how the scorecard can be applied in the fire department. This is what we call in traditional public health a needs assessment. You know, how can you say that you need something if you don't show the numbers about what's going on within that fire department? And then summarize the scorecard and share it so we can all see what's going on. So the CDC has what's called a worksite health scorecard. It's very generic, and there's opportunities for adaptation within the fire service. But it tests all these different domains. The number next to the word means how many questions are asked in that particular domain. So there's about 25 questions assessing organizational support for the workers. There's questions assessing high blood pressure, high cholesterol, physical activity, and so on. Even questions on sleep and fatigue that can be asked within the workforce of the department. So the questions are very simple to administer. It's on a PDF. You print it out and ask your coworkers in the workforce to fill it out. Each of the questions are unique. It's answered with a basic yes or no question, and the responses get a numerical value on there. So for example, if you look at the questions on organizational support, I realize this may be a little small, but you can see that they ask directed questions about the experience of that individual firefighter there on the fire scene. When you're done, you can use the scorecard to then evaluate different strategic interventions that could be done to address that. For example, if we're seeing issues around smoking or drinking or sleeping that could be adapted and applied within that particular fire department. And conversations can start at the station level or at the whole fire department level. It doesn't have to be a very large endeavor to begin with. But the idea is that we evaluate the policies, programs, and practices that are ultimately contributing to health and safety issues, particularly cancer control. So it's important to start with a group that's concentrated and passionate, wanting to do that. For example, us here in Florida, we use the FACE team and the Health and Safety Collaborative, who through their spirit, passion, and engagement with the firefighter workforce help us to look at these topics in the different levels. I wanted to leave you with, in my last slide, to tell you we've been using the total worker health approach to study skin exposure assessment. How do we control for skin cancer? We see it very high in the fire service. And so we've been doing studies looking at ultraviolet light, looking at aromatic hydrocarbon exposures. And so with our firefighter partners, Captain Hughes and Chief Bader, we've put together a paper that sort of walks through how we can think about controlling skin cancer exposures using the total worker health approach in the fire service. And I encourage you to access this paper. It's free. That sort of walks through sort of our thought process on how to apply this within the fire service. And if you're really nerdy and want to learn a lot about total worker health, Niosh has published a textbook on total worker health that explains a lot of the literature and motivation for wanting to look at things at the organizational level and the worker level. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this framework for the fire service.
Thank you, Alberto. This was really important, and thank you for sharing with everybody. So to start off, I want to know, what are some challenges that you foresee in implementing total worker health in a department?
Yeah, some of the challenges of here locally is trying to understand what it means. I think folks traditionally think about just the occupational health and safety program, and we have activities going on there. But the notion of implementing a health promotion program and collecting that collectively and integrating it can be daunting. Where do you start? Where do you begin with it? And I found just doing something as simple as a survey and administering it, understanding what's going on, it starts the conversation about looking at it.
Great. And we got a question from the audience. Is there an app to collect this info for the fire department? Is the only option hard copy?
Well, as far as I know, and if there's anybody from the CDC online, please correct me, but the survey instruments are available on PDF online. I don't know that there's an actual app to electronically collect it, but you can always, use Qualtrics or SurveyMonkey and put the questions on there for collection.
Great. And then you mentioned the study on skin cancer and implementing total worker health. Can you talk about anything, the challenges putting that together and what your experience has been in real life of implementing total worker health?
Yeah, so I think in the area of skin cancer control and prevention, we think about skin cancer screening. How many of you all have a skin cancer test once a year with your doctor, that they look you up from head to tail and tell you, okay, this is particularly something to follow up on, right? So how do you integrate conversations about skin cancer screening with decontamination procedures to remind them, like, we all know we should be checking those things, and how do you implement that within the fire service? One of the things we do in our paper is sort of walk through each of the lenses of total worker health to try to explain how you can use some of those different domains to look at the integration for safety and health, and doing decon procedures with the health promotion and trying to get the screening out to the workforce.
Great. And I see we have a question from the audience.
Yes, a couple of things. I think that total worker health has been a nuanced thing. I think that at the very first, some of us worried a little bit that it would actually detract from emphasis on occupational risk factors. Turned out that it's had something of a much better effect than we feared. And one of them is to clarify the interaction of risk factors. For example, the smoking rates. Some of the lowest smoking rates I've ever seen around the world are in Australian firefighters. Levels of 10%, 5%, and so forth. So when you get statistical studies of a group like that, you're approaching an unconfounded, relatively pure exposure situation, which is very useful to know, and you wouldn't know that unless you did a smoking survey. I think that many times outcomes, especially in cancer, that are casually dismissed as being smoking related are done so through ignorance, because that kind of information isn't available. And it also applies to body mass index. Firefighters often, not always by any means, but often have lean body mass that's bigger than projected without adiposity. It's the adiposity that carries the cancer risk. And in the absence of any information like that, when we simply use body mass index, we're skewing the numbers and making things look worse than they actually are in terms of cancer risk. The final point I wanted to make was that the exposome is the exposure scientist's shorthand for all the various things that happen to your body that they can figure out had a trace back to some exposure. And the ultimate goal, of course, is to be able to reconstruct what a person has had over their life by looking at the traces in the human body. Well, total worker health becomes critically important there, because the exposome and what is currently in the human body is everything. So you need to know what the non-occupational exposure is in order to be able to subtract it. And you need to know what the non-occupational exposures are in order to figure out what the interactions are with exposure. So I think it really has added additional dimensions to our conventional occupational health approach.
Yeah, I very much appreciate your comment, Dr. Gotti, because I feel the same way in terms of like the total exposome and how we need to be, you know, even from life course approach in terms of understanding how within utero, when we were in mom, all of that in its totality ultimately impacts the health outcomes that we're studying. I really appreciate this lens of total worker health, you know, as a sort of a budding scientist to try to be able to look at all of this in its totality, because oftentimes we just focus on like that one chemical and the one outcome, when reality, you know, a human is exposed to so many things, even if you have a second job, right? So that second job is also exposing you to other things that may be contributing to it. So I appreciate that, and thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? No? Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Caban. I hope everyone here takes everything that you presented and implements total worker health in your department. And so now I'd like to introduce our next presenter, which is Dr. Judith Graber. Dr. Graber is an occupational and environmental epidemiologist and the principal investigator for the Firefighters Cancer Prevention Study, or CAPS. CAPS is a partnership between public health researchers and the fire service. The goal of CAPS is to understand cancer risk factors and prevention activities in volunteer firefighters in order to inform programs that improve firefighters' health by reducing their cancer-related disability and death. So without further ado, Dr. Graber will be presenting virtually.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about guide and exercise of agents of cancer control and prevention in this really exciting session on total worker health. And thank you to the conference organizers for inviting us here today. First, a quick note about funding and conflicts of interest. We have a lot of funding through FEMA. We were also funded for much of what I'll be presenting today in terms of findings by the Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health System and Cancer Institute of New Jersey, and our research team has no conflicts of interest to declare. So what I'll talk about today in my 15 minutes is what is the Firefighter Cancer Assessment Prevention Study, or CAPS. I'll talk about our approach to cancer causality and prevention among volunteer firefighters. I'll present some preliminary findings, and then I'll talk about where we're going. So the Firefighter Cancer Assessment and Prevention Study, or CAPS, has the goal of understanding exposures in volunteer firefighters that might put them at increased risks of cancer. And these include firefighting exposures, but also behavioral and occupational risk factors. And we collect that information using a survey. And we also collect blood and urine to look at biological markers of exposure. We do this in the context of our close partnership and collaboration with the National Firefighter Cancer Cohort study, the FFCCS. And our long-term goal is to inform a holistic approach to firefighter well-being in order to improve their safety and health and that of the communities they protect. And that's why we're in this session, because we don't just look at firefighting exposures, although we do focus on them, right? So our primary focus here is understanding how firefighting exposures in volunteer firefighters might put them at risk for increased risk for cancer. But this all happens in the context of people's lives and other potential risks for cancer. Right? We all come into this world with a genetic or family history blueprint. Some of us have a higher risk for cancer when we come into the world genetically, some of us a lower risk, but we all have some level of risk for cancer. And then there are, of course, these modifiable or changeable risk factors. There's alcohol and tobacco, physical activity, so important to firefighters in terms of maintaining their safety. Of course, we know that exposure to the skin can increase our risk for, exposure to the sun can increase our risk for skin cancer. And then so very important for volunteer firefighters, their jobs, right? So exposures like asbestos and welding, they can also increase risk. So all of these things can increase risk for cancer. And this is so important because cancer, the formation of cancer happens in stages. And it's sort of broken down into 3 stages. There's the initiation stage, and this is the stage where one cell, just one cell, gets damaged and becomes cancerous. And that damage can happen from some of these firefighting exposures, but it could also happen from some of these other exposures. And then the important thing here is that those exposures keep happening, and there's a promotion process where this one bad cell, this cancerous cell, expands. Right? And what we want to do is to be able to intervene at these points. So this initiation doesn't happen, and if the promotion is happening, it stops. Because at some point, this progression is just going to go, whether or not you stop the exposures. So we have to understand what the exposures are so that we can help prevent cancer from forming. And so risk factors for cancer vary geographically in the United States, which is important, and I'll talk about why for firefighters in a minute. But this is obesity, and you can see it has sort of a higher percent of people are obese in the middle of the country. And this is smoking, and you can see there's a slightly different distribution for higher rates of cigarette smoking than lower. Both very important factors for cancer in the United States. The cancer distribution also, as you might think, differs, right? This is prostate cancer, lung cancer, and colorectal cancers. All cancers that we worry about being higher in firefighters than the general population. And you can see the distributions are pretty different. And so there's a geographical factor here in cancer occurrence as well. So why study volunteer firefighters? Well, as you're all aware, in the U.S. Fire Service, about 67 or 2/3 of firefighters serve as volunteers. Now, volunteer and career fire departments tend to be located in very different places. Volunteer fire departments tend to be in less densely populated, more rural areas. So they, because of that, cover a smaller percentage of the population, about 1/3 of the U.S. population. And career fire departments tend to be in more highly densely populated urban areas. And because of that, they cover about 2/3 of the U.S. population. Now, this isn't always true. I have deep roots in Maine, and Augusta, Maine is a population of less than 25,000 people, but it certainly has a career fire department. And we have many large suburban fire departments in New Jersey that cover fairly densely urban-looking populated areas. But in general, volunteer firefighters tend to serve in more rural areas, and career firefighters tend to serve in more densely populated urban areas. And what this means, if you think about the geography, is that the background risks that they face may be very different, both in terms of behavioral risk factors, but just also in terms of what they may be exposed to when they go out. Like volunteer fire departments may be more likely to be exposed to agricultural pesticides, where career firefighters may be more likely to be exposed to industrial pollutants. Now, when we talk to our partners who are volunteer firefighters, they tell us that they train for and perform the same tasks as their career counterparts. So the question we're looking at is, do cancer risks differ in volunteers from career? And if so, where do we intervene to reduce those risks? And when we think about that, we think about things like firefighting exposures, and then, from the total work health perspective, we think about organizational factors. So when we think about firefighting exposures, we think about years of service, and it's possible that volunteer firefighters, from what we hear, generally when they stay in longer. And we have some 80-year-old volunteers who are still responding to calls. They may, however, have less training, and whether or not the types of chemicals they're exposed to or the number of calls they respond to are the same, that's going to vary by department, by geography, and by need. Then we have some of these organizational factors, like protection, PPE, and decon. In volunteer departments, you may have less updated PPE. You may not have that second hood, right? We have found that you rarely have showers in the fire station in volunteer departments, making it really hard to shower within the hour. And then extraction washers on site is increasing in volunteer stations, but less often we see than in career. Other organizational factors, volunteers are always on call, which may be a different sleep disruption pattern. And then access to routine healthcare monitoring is very different. So for volunteers, certainly there's the entrance exam, but the routine exams after that for firefighting are much less certain than a career firefighter. Okay, And of course, this all varies by geography and resource. And so the approach we take to the Firefighter Cancer Assessment and Prevention Study, or CAPS, is a community-based participatory approach. And that means we form these close working relationships with fire departments. And our first relationship was initiated by Tangier Fire Department after attending one of these national meetings. Brian Kubil, the District 1 Administrator, and Chief Golden, the then former District 1 Chief, asked Rutgers to work with them to develop a program to begin to understand and address cancer in firefighters and to include volunteer firefighters. And that's how CAPS began. But that framework of a close working relationship with volunteer fire departments is how we continue from there. So I do want to talk about what we found in our first work with one large suburban volunteer fire department. Again, we used the National Firefighter Cancer Cohort survey, which was mostly used before for career firefighters, so we adapted it for use in volunteers. It collects information on demographics, firefighting experience, occupational history, and health behaviors. And in this talk, I'll let you know what we found so far about exercise and nutrition. So I'm going to present some results from our preliminary work with one large fire department. We enrolled 126 active members of this fire department, and by active I mean they were responding to calls in some capacity. Of these 126, the average age was 45 years old. The range was 20 to 82, and again, responding to calls. And in terms of average years of firefighting, it was 20. So again, this may be speaking to the longer years of service of volunteer compared to career firefighters. Like the U.S. Fire Service, the majority were male and non-Hispanic white. About 2/3 had some college or a college degree. 85% were currently employed, not firefighting, but currently employed. And a little less than 20% had been or were currently career firefighters. So I'll talk about both physical activity and diet. The work I'm going to present here on physical activity is led by my doctoral student, Nimit Shah. So I'm just going to present 2 points here. One is on body mass index, which is an indicator of weight compared to height. And aerobic capacity. And aerobic capacity is about how well your body carries oxygen. So it's a measure of cardiovascular fitness. And so what we see here is for body mass index, we see about 14% are in the normal range. Now this is the NFPA standard. They recommend a normal range for firefighters. And then 86 or 87% of firefighters in this study didn't meet that. Similarly with aerobic capacity, it's measured by METs, which are again a measure of oxygen carrying capacity in the blood or cardiovascular fitness. The mean here was 9.5, but recommended is 12. And we saw that over 75% of the members of this fire department did not meet the NFPA recommendations. So both in terms of body mass index and aerobic capacity, a majority of these members of this fire department who were responding to calls did not meet these recommended levels. And we also thought, well, is there a difference depending on how long you've been doing firefighting? And I'll just show you the aerobic capacity one, and yes, indeed. Again, this was who met it was 23%, and then you can see among the folks who had less than 10 years of service, almost everybody is meeting this bar for aerobic capacity, but as time goes on, those folks who've been in the service longer are less likely to have met that level. I'm to also show you some of our results on diet intake and compare them to the U.S. dietary recommendations. And this is work done by Payal Kadawar, who recently graduated with a master's in public health. So what we did here was the initial survey had collected information on diet using a standardized dietary screening questionnaire, collected information on the fruits and vegetables, added sugar, dairy, calcium, and whole grains. And this is a fairly complicated process to actually calculate those from the information we collect, but she did it. And what we did then is we compared the U.S. recommended daily intake intake to what these folks who answered the survey, the 126 members of our volunteer fire department, did. And we found that they had lower average intake of fruits and vegetables and whole grain and fiber, and higher intake of sugar and calcium. So overall, a kind of big picture of potentially not a healthy diet. So what we found then is that national recommendations for physical fitness and diet were not met among members of this volunteer fire department, especially among those who had less than 10 years of, more than 10 years of firefighting service. And it's really important because poor physical fitness is going to increase risk for cancer, as well as the other major health issues we think about with firefighters, cardiovascular disease and injury, right? So this is really concerning for the long-term health and safety of firefighters, as well as the communities that they serve. And I will say that this is consistent with studies in career or paid firefighters. So this is one volunteer fire department. We need much more information from a wide diversity of volunteer firefighters across the country, because volunteer fire departments vary so much and often just vary by how they're defined by the communities they serve. So we have been so lucky and we're so grateful to have gotten a 3-year funding to expand this work through a FEMA Fire Prevention and Safety grant, a research and development grant. The goals of this are to expand the characterization and understanding of cancer risk among volunteer firefighters, and also to understand how firefighting and other cancer-related exposures are similar to and different from those of career firefighters. And so with our new CAPS FEMA project, we plan to accomplish these goals by enrolling about 600 active members of volunteer or combination fire departments. These volunteer firefighters will be from New Jersey and other places in the United States. Of course, we're going to begin by expanding our work in New Jersey, where we started. And then we will also partner with fire departments in Maine, Virginia, Tennessee, Kansas, and Washington State. And we'll be doing this with some academic partners. We're very excited that our work in New Jersey has been going well for the first 6 months. We've already enrolled over 200 volunteer firefighters in New Jersey, and we're very much looking forward to the next year, where we should complete enrollment and then be able to do a follow-up visit with everybody. And so I'll just end by thanking and pointing out all of our research partners at Rutgers, our volunteer fire department members, our research fire department members, and of course our strong relationship and partnership with the National Firefighter Cohort study. I'm very much looking forward to discussing our work and our directions with you. Thank you again for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Graber. It's always great hearing from you. I love the work you're doing, especially with the volunteers. So one of the first questions I wanted to bring up, we heard from Dr. Caban-Martinez about implementing total worker health. Is this something that you think would be possible to do with volunteer firefighters? And if so, what do you foresee as some of the challenges of implementing total worker health with the volunteer firefighters?
Well, thank you so much for having me here, Natasha, and such an exciting session. And that's a great question. There are unique challenges in volunteer fire departments. Most volunteers serve on call, and so they are at the fire station often weekly or monthly for meetings and training. And so I think it takes more planning, more effort, more engagement across different levels. The organizational level, the municipality has to be willing to support change in program, and also increasing the support structure of firefighters. So, as Dr. Caban-Martinez mentioned, they're going to be doing a lot of physical activity and eating and other health behaviors at home. So really engaging that firefighter spouse and family and community.
Great. And so we did receive a question from the online audience. And so someone wants to know, Mr. Paul Acosta, has anyone ever looked into energy drinks and the health of firefighters?
That is such a wonderful question. I have not seen anything on energy drinks in firefighters, and I think that's certainly something that we could think about, even possibly adding to a survey. Right now, we don't ask that specifically, but I think it's a really interesting question.
Yeah. So another question that we have is, You talked about the nutrition of firefighters and the program that you guys have implemented. Have you seen any difference in diet and nutrition among the volunteer firefighters, depending on where they live? So, if they live in a rural area, the suburban environments, and have you seen any differences there?
We are too early in our work to be able to say if we see any difference, but that is exactly the kind of question that we're looking at. I will tell you that firefighters that we've worked with so far are very aware of their diets. We had been bringing pizza to some of our meetings, and we were asked to bring more healthy food, so we did. Those are the kind of questions that I think are really going to inform where we can see these places to help work with our communities to improve health.
Great. Another question that we had come through is, given that the volunteer firefighters have multiple jobs or, another primary job, do you see any variation in their diet, with their primary job compared to their work as a firefighter or volunteer firefighter?
And that's so interesting because it is very much that intersection between the occupational total worker health and the firefighter total worker health. We have not yet looked at that level of detail, but again, a really interesting place to explore.
And what are some questions that have come out from the firefighters? I know you guys have done a lot of formative work, a lot of focus groups, interviews. What are some of the main concerns that some of the volunteer firefighters have brought to your attention?
We hear the same concerns from volunteer firefighters that we hear from paid or employed firefighters. We hear them concerned about the kinds of exposures they have at the firehouse from diesel. We hear them concerned about exposures on the fire ground. We hear them concerned about not having two hoods. They're very concerned about resources. Many volunteer fire departments may be less resourced than some of the career fire departments, so they may not have that second set of gear. I was just talking to a rural fire department yesterday, and the chief was saying, we'll never get a second set of gear from our municipality. We're just, we're a small rural town, and that's not going to happen. So I think those are some of the challenges and concerns that volunteer firefighters have.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with the volunteer firefighters and your program. You've answered so many, the questions that have come through. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to working with you more in the future.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for highlighting the issues of volunteer firefighters. And I look forward to bringing you more of our study results and work with volunteers next year. So thank you.
All right, so now on to our next session. Please join me and welcome our next speaker, Paul McCullough, and his colleague who co-founded O2X, the Human Performance in 2013. In addition to his role as a co-founder, Paul continues to play an active role in growth strategy at O2X. He oversees all areas of business development and continuously strives to bring O2X's world-class training and education to those who are looking for ways to optimize performance as individuals and at an organizational level. Total worker health. Prior to creating O2X, Paul served 11 years in the U.S. military as a Navy SEAL. He spent his career with the SEAL Team 8 and the Naval Special Warfare Development Group. Please join me in welcoming Paul and his colleague to the stage.
Screen right. How's everyone doing? 4 o'clock? 4:30? Am I the only one here that's just as concerned about cancer in the fire service as 82-year-olds responding to calls? No one caught me off guard. A little freaky. My name is Paul McCullough. I'm one of the founders of O2X. Just by chance, lucky enough to be speaking in front of Joe Finn, former commissioner of Boston Fire, Richie Paris, former president, and Doc Hamrock, out of Boston as well. Just by chance, those three are really how we got started in the fire service back in 2015, right when Joe Finn took over. You know, a little bit about myself. I grew up in New Hampshire, and when I got out of the SEAL teams, wanted to do something similar. I wanted to work with organizations, you know, paramilitary type units. And when we first got out, we were doing some stuff with military units and some professional sport teams, Olympic athletes, that type of thing. And lucky enough, got a meeting with Joe Finn. And as you can see, Richie Paris back there, get a little wave. Clearly a poster child of human performance. So he was very excited to have us in. And so Richie came in and we were talking about breathing and mindfulness and yoga, and he's like, that's my guy. And so he gave us a shot at the title. But what was interesting is Boston, right around 1,500 members, 35-ish stations spread out throughout the city. And Joe Finn came on with a huge initiative to build out health and wellness as his number one priority to his members. Oldest department in the country, highly baked in tradition, not so much on the human performance side and health and wellness. Give us a shot. We ran one train the trainer type event in 2015. We took one person per house and went through a full human performance training and education curriculum. And that grew from there. And Joe called us and said, hey, we got great feedback. If I have this support and people are interested, I want to run with this health and wellness piece, right? So we went from one person per house to eventually one person per shift to eventually doing a lot of screenings from a behavioral health standpoint, sleep, stress, resilience, to also injury prevention type stuff. We started running the first week of the training academy. We started doing more screenings, mobility screenings, eventually put somebody on site. And if you fast forward now to 2021, we've sort of taken all those lessons learned in the fire service and have bridged it for the most part nationwide. I'm not here to be someone that's jumping on a pedestal and claim that you know, we have all the answers, but I could tell you what we do a lot is we test a little and learn a lot, and test a little and learn a lot. And what we've come to see over the last 7 years or so with working with the fire service is just, it needs leadership. It needs a change. It's a culture problem. There is a culture problem in the fire service. And again, I don't come from a stance of pointing fingers, but I can tell you that there is a culture problem a little bit that is changing. And it is happening across the board, which is awesome to see. Typically what we see in general when we talk about cancer prevention is stuff like this, which is awesome. I love this, right? You know, very progressive nationwide. Obviously, we're at a symposium talking about cancer. You know, the wipes, the hoods, the washing machines, the vents, we see all that stuff. But I do think there still is this underlying issue that lays within the fire service when it comes to what's the root of the problem, or a piece of the problem, I should say, a big piece of the problem. And you can see right here, just the harsh reality of it, right? So this is from the American Institute of Cancer Research. You're looking right about half, right? So half of the deaths close to it are lifestyle related. Something to consider. Right here, when we started putting together programs for O2X, we're not a physical fitness company, so that's clearly a piece of what we do, but it really is just a piece, right? But if we start paying attention to the behavioral health side of the house, the injury prevention side of the house, sleep hygiene, obviously the cancer rates, we got to be a little bit more widespread of how we're focusing our efforts. A lot of departments in today's day and age want to do some stuff with stress mitigation, sleep hygiene or something like that. But if you were just focusing on stress as just an example, and your members aren't sleeping, they're not eating healthy, they're not living a physical lifestyle, what do you think is going to happen to their stress levels, right? So all these things, while they're independent pillars, they're all codependent on each other. And I think that's really you know, a key component when we're starting talking about cancer rates in the fire service. Like I said, we do a ton of screenings. This is just some interesting data that we found over the last year or so. We've got close to 5,000 people screened at this point over the last year. So we'll go to departments, right? We'll do body comp, BMI, shoulders, knees, hip, backs, core for mobility, how well are people sleeping, how well they're eating, and we'd like to put together programs to attack some of these things. And it's just a cool little fact, if you look here of what, if BMI was something, what the likelihood of an injury would be. It kind of goes back to that previous slide when you're looking at injury rates in the fire ground, right about half of those injuries being soft tissue. That points to, strength and conditioning, physical fitness. It's not necessarily all these giant breaks and these things. When you're looking at the average BMI of close to 30 for these 5,000 so that we've looked at, and that's across the board. You can look right here. If you're obese, you're 5 times as likely to get injured, right? So something to consider. These are just some of our stats of those same 5,000 people, just something to look at for whether we've collected this information at workshops, at training events, at screenings, either or our full-time people that are staffed on site. The other interesting part about some of these stats, these are coming from people that are volunteering to give us this information, right? So picture going to any department in the country and putting 40 people in the room, and they're willing to jump on an in-body and check their body comp. Right. So I would make a solid argument that a lot of the stats we're seeing here could be a lot worse if the people that aren't going to volunteer for these programs, we'd see it. But this is about the right around 4,700 or so that we've tested recently. We're reporting, we refer TAs, that's tactical athletes, we refer to the fire service as tactical athletes, reporting less than 6 hours of sleep a night. About half of them not conducting a warm-up prior to, and then you're also looking at what stress, affects you physically and mentally. Our approach here, I'm going to turn it over to Eamon in a second, but our approach here, and I'll highlight right at the end of what we believe to be true, is that all these pillars of performance have to be attacked. They have to be attacked on an individual level, but they also have to be attacked in that first statement where I'm saying these things are all combined and codependent on each other, right? If we're only looking at cancer in the fire service, but we're not evaluating the culture, what do we think is going to happen with those rates, right? If you only focus on sleep, if you only focus on strength and conditioning, you only focus on nutrition, you can't, right? We put a lot of time and energy, a lot of money behind cancer prevention. And I'm just here to make a solid argument that I think a lot of it starts with leadership and starts a lot with culture within the fire service. Members like Joe Finn, Jim Davis in the back, we're doing some work with at Fort Worth. These are people, everybody has an issue with budget, right? Everybody does. It's what you prioritize to make something happen. So to not go too long, Eamon's going to go over just a couple examples from like really small size departments, just initiatives that we've seen leaders take from a small scale to, departments on a larger scale that have taken some of this stuff and run with it and seen some pretty cool dramatic results in a relatively short amount of time. There is a decent amount of low hanging fruit. So I'm just going to turn it over real quick if you want to just start with Denham.
Yeah, we have a slide on it too if you want to move forward into that. The first one that I'll go into here, that's Fire Chief Bill Spillane in Dedham, Mass. The big thing that he did across the board that made a massive impact in their department was he initially had some conversations with Joe Finn about what we were doing in Boston, but a 1,500 person department and a 66 to 70 person department are going to have to do two drastically different approaches. So where he looked at it was, how do I start this thing small, grow it over the course of a couple of years, and go back to the city, prove some effectiveness, but really focus on the culture piece overall and focus on the membership wanting to buy into the program. So he started off, we did some screenings for the whole department to give him a snapshot of where they were at from body composition standpoint, from their mobility, their injury rate or injury risk rates that we would develop for them. And then from there, develop training and education based off the status of the force. to go in. Our orthopedic injuries, the big focus this year, is weight loss, is body composition. What he did, though, that I think was really special to get their department to where they are today, is he implemented a financial incentive for the firefighters, where if they participated in the program, they weren't getting paid overtime to go to the class, they weren't getting paid just to show up, but they had to show that on a consistent basis every single year. And when they would come to work, they would have to do a workout from a library that we had given them through some of the virtual resources. But what he did was say in 96 work days of their year, if they came in, they did a half an hour workout for 48 of them. So half of the times that they came to work, they would end up getting a $2,000 bonus at the end of the fiscal year. So July 1st. What he saw right away from them was that a lot of guys would fall off in the beginning. They would think that they had all this time to get those 48 days in. But when it got to be January 1st, time for New Year's resolutions, going towards that end of the fiscal year, he had guys showing up to work really just so that they could get their workout in. And it became a culture where people were coming in off shift, getting in the gyms together, and really doing a lot of the right things for whether it's the right or wrong reason. They're doing the right things, getting a lot healthier. This next one here, Loudoun County. So this one was cool because it was a department that didn't really have the financial means to implement what they wanted to do. But Scott Lance, the training captain that you can see in the middle of there next to Paul, he was working on an AFG grant from FEMA. What he did was really shoot for a home run for a department their size. They're 550 members. He applied for a workshop for every single one of his members, and also screenings, assessments, and virtual resources for every single one of his members, as well as built in for every recruit class down the road to go to this training. So similar to the Boston Fire model, where train and educate the masses, screen the masses, figure out where the needs of the department are, and continue to develop programs from there. So this final one, which is really where at O2X, where we've seen a lot of the effectiveness of the program go, and the kind of new model that we've implemented in a lot of places. Frederick County, Maryland, what they did right off the bat was bring in an O2X strength and conditioning coach who had the power of the company behind them, 250 specialists giving her all the resources she needed to reach out to the 500 plus members of their department. But Kayla, who's on site there, what she does is works with the recruits when they have a school in, works with them doing fitness first thing in the morning, and then is really expeditionary, going into all the different firehouses and forcing people to do the right stuff. All the training and education in the world, if it's not used, is not valuable at all. What Kayla has done is go in and force people's hand, force them to do the right things, and she's seen a massive, massive impact over the course of the 2 years that she's been there. This final one, so Jim Davis sitting in the back here at Fort Worth. The cool thing that Fort Worth did, and I think we're going to see this a lot in the near future, is merging 1582, NFPA 1582 and 1583. So really what we've done here over the course of the past 2 years or so, Frontline Mobile Health is a company that does the NFPA 1582 physicals, and they're on site at Fort Worth. People go in, they go through the whole gamut, all the different testing that they need to do. But what it does is generate a lot of valuable data as far as how to mitigate that issue. So the way that works is they'll go in, they'll do their screenings. Frontline will really address some of the issues with the individual, pass that data over to O2X, and then it's up to us on the remediation side. So all these members are armed with the resources they need to actually fix the occupational health issues that they have, versus just going in and hearing, you're all messed up, see you later, we'll see you next year when you're a little bit more messed up. That I think is something that needs to change, and Fort Worth is doing an awesome job of changing that.
Well, I'll end on this. So kind of back to that same logic in the beginning of all these pillars being interconnected. One just piece of advice, and this is not anything to do with O2X, or maybe it is, but just how you attack the problem, right? So one thing that we've learned with the fire service is it's relatively a decentralized, organization. While you have people that come to shift, you're also not with these people on a greater scale, right? So one thing that we've taken is attacking this at many different angles, kind of how Chief Davis is looking at Fort Worth of saying, okay, I have this 1582 thing where I'm grabbing all my physicals that we have to do. Oh, congratulations, what's next? You see this a lot in the military units. You fail a PT test. Congratulations, what do you do next? Right? So what do you take from that information? How do you take it one step further? So merging that piece. What we talk about here is just a bucket of stuff. We have training and education, we have screenings, we have assessments, we have virtual support, we have resources at home. But what I would say outside of, I'll just put all three of these up here, you need all of them. How much you have each one of them, that comes down to time, resources, budget, I get it. But we started with Joe Finn back in 2015 in the fire service with 100% effort to collect as much data as we possibly could with the concept of running a train the trainer workshop. But we were drinking our own Kool-Aid, if I'm being completely honest with you. We were like, this workshop is going to be awesome. And it was really well received. But if you're trying to actually make a change, you can't just run a workshop and expect it's going to be done. Train the trainer approach in the fire service, it's great. But I can tell you right now from running O2X for the last almost 10 years, we don't push train the trainer programs anymore because they don't work. Why don't they work? Is because it's an impossible task. You train up, let's say you have 1,500 firefighters, you train up 20 of them and you're like, good luck. Go teach the masses. You're now a strength and conditioning coach, a nutritionist, injury prevention specialist, a yoga teacher, and then they have no resources to back the program after that, right? So what happened, we ran this workshop, we got unbelievable reviews. It's awesome. We ran another one, we got great reviews. We ran another one, we got great reviews. But then you fast forward in time, there's a window, right? It's like a sunburn session. You go through a great program, 6 months later, a year later, you're back at the same place you started. So what we think now is the key is incorporating all of this stuff at whatever way you can. And if you can do it internally, that's awesome. Do it internally. But you need some level of a drip campaign of training and education that has to be given to the masses. You do that with other things in the fire service, whether you're doing some ladder work or you're going somewhere. People know this is general training that has to happen a year. You go to a fire service and ask for a show of hands of how many people have gone through a sleep hygiene class in the last 30 years, you're going to get a very small show of hands. But yet, half of them don't sleep more than 6 hours a night. The example in Boston, you have 10% of your group down with an orthopedic injury, diagnosing a new cancer case on average every 2 to 3 weeks. Average weight gain on the job, was 18 pounds first year there. Average firehouse meal was 3,500 calories. You're doing all these things, right? You need to hit this on a regular basis. It needs to be human performance training and education should be a regular component of the job if you want to sustain high levels of performance over a 30-year career. So you need a drip campaign of that. You need to collect data from a screening and assessment standpoint. At least for if nothing else from a leader, know how all your members are sleeping, know what their mobility is, know what their body comp is, know what their stress levels are, know how much they're sleeping, know all these things so that you can tailor maybe different training and education programs for them. And then the last piece is the virtual side, the support when you're not in front of these people. So how do you keep a program going when you're gone? So think through that as well. We believe it's that you need actually to put someone that looks at this, not as a part-time basis, but as a full-time role, that actually has a background in it. Because what happens in the fire service is someone's into physical fitness, and next thing you know, they're the health and wellness person, and they're there for 2 years, and then they're gone, right? So a lot of the units in SOCOM, you'll see they actually have a human performance team. They've dedicated their life to very specific subjects, and they're staring at data, and they're making information. Test a little, learn a lot. Test a little, learn a lot. So that's just our advice from anyone that's looking to build something out. And I'll pause there if there's any questions.
All right, so we'll take, we have a few minutes, so why don't we entertain some questions from here live in the room and as well as online. Any questions from the room? Heather?
What was some of the pushback, though? There had to have been pushback.
Oh, yeah.
So what was some of the pushback so that if we want to try to implement that, maybe we can get ahead of the game and be ready for pushback?
Nothing, unanimous support. There's a lot of pushback. Depending on the organization, how well union and management works together can be an issue. We've really graduated past that. Number one issue is budget, always. Everything comes down to budget. And then leadership. 100% of the partners that we have, 100% come down to somebody in the department that is willing to make an impact. And that necessarily is not always the fire chief. Typically, it's the fire chief that goes in there. If not, it's somebody that's trying to push it up internally and they're fighting and fighting and fighting. But yeah, I'd be lying to say that, budget is the number one issue. And there is pushback on it. I think there's a lot of failed health and wellness programs, if I'm being fair. In the fire service, a lot of times stuff might come down from city managers. That's a blanket wellness plan. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus that's on that, but oftentimes if it's a city wellness plan and it's offered to DPW, police, fire, widespread, thousands of people, and it's some incentivized based program, doesn't get much buy-in. We find the biggest buy-in comes down from some type of in-person piece in the beginning. And then from there, you watch the culture start to change internally. That's massively important. But 100% of the pushback is budget and then leader in charge. If you got a leader in there that's crushing it and is not progressive and is not, thinking outside the box, it's not going to happen. And I can tell you the fire service has a great history of saying this is the way we've always done it, so that makes it right. And I'm here to tell you that that's not accurate. I'm sorry.
So Paul, in your space, where do you see virtual reality playing with this regarding resiliency, special operations, as well as your business now? Do you see VR as being a future opportunity?
I think so. Yes and no. We've talked about.
Can you repeat the question, please, from the
Yeah,
podium?
so
Thanks.
Chief Davis's question was involved around incorporating some type of virtuality and tech involved in the human performance space. I think all that's great. I do think that the fire service tends to overcomplicate some stuff. Again, if we back up to my original point of people be in the job for 30 years and have done the same thing, and you ask for a show of hands of who's done this, I think the fire service needs to start considering themselves to be athletes. I'm not saying they need to break any records. I'm not saying they need to compete for the game, but I could tell you that we've done a lot of work with professional athletes and Olympic athletes, and they're super easy to train because they're 24 years old. They have a 16-week season, right? And they have an off season. They know what position they play. You're a wide receiver. You're going to play for this amount of time, and you can put a training program together for that. So I think tech is huge, though. I think you need to be able to collect the data. The real world scenarios, I think, is good. That type of training, I see a lot of value there. But I think, back to the test a little, learn a lot. I think you need to put people into some level training and education, put them through something, look at the data, and be able to give an honest assessment of where your department sits. If you find that, I'll tell you what, I'll leave the department's name out of it. We screened 100% of firefighters with right around a 600 to 700 person agency over the course of 3 months. We did their body comp, we did their mobility, and we did some behavioral health screenings. I took the average body comp out of each one of those months, and it was in the obese category for each one. Now those are, I think, a little bit tighter of parameters than people would want, but the average body comp from each one of those three fell in the obese category. And I talked to the same department. They were looking at buying like one of those like $30,000 eggs to test the, the body comp. And I'm like, okay, well, let's say the in-body tells you, that thing's 0.5% more accurate. Your firefighter's still fat. So, let's just put the person on a scale, give them some training and education, give them resources to continue. So I think the answer would be yes. I think incorporating any of that, anything to reach, to look outside the box and see it. But I think simplicity is probably the best move.
All right, thank you very much, both of you. So please join me in giving them a round of applause. I'd like to invite back to the stage Ed Klima.
All right, so running a little bit late, but without further ado, I want to introduce our last speaker, and I really hope certainly everybody online sticks with us through the end, because when we talk about things we can do right here and now to take care of ourselves, no matter whether it's cancer, cardiac, behavioral health, there's obviously things we can do. We just talked a little bit about our fitness, and the other thing was probably one of the big challenges is, how do we eat healthy? And certainly, how do we eat healthy in the firehouse and maintain that camaraderie of sitting around the kitchen table and making meals? In 2019 at FDIC, I was approached by a couple friends from DC Fire Department about something that was going on in DC. And when you work in national advocacy, you get a lot of people coming to you and say, well, somebody's doing this, somebody's doing that. And we were approached about a project that was going on in DC called Food on the Stove. And it was really impressive, what this individual initiated in DC. And what's even more impressive is where it's gone since 2019 into this year. So with that, I want to introduce Firefighter Jonathan Tate from the DC Fire Department to talk about Food on the Stove.
How you all doing today? Super excited to be here. Promise won't be before you long. It's an honor and a blessing to be before you. I want to thank First Responder Center of Excellence for having me. I want to thank the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center for hosting this event. And just thank you. They even gave me this little clicker thing. I don't know who invited me here, whose idea was to have me, but depending on how it goes, you can either thank or blame Ed, because his name was on the email. As you know, cancer has continued to claim the lives of numerous firefighters across the country. I'm a second-generation firefighter. My father joined DCFD in 1956 and retired as a deputy fire chief in 1989. Unfortunately, after multiple heart attacks and being diagnosed with cancer, he died 9 years into his retirement. In response to my father's death and the health crisis that plagues firefighters, I started a nonprofit organization called Food on the Stove. We provide tools and resources to help firefighters live a healthier lifestyle through enhanced nutrition and exercise. And before I get started with my presentation, I want to show you a short documentary that we produced on heart disease in the fire service that focused on Lieutenant Kevin McCrae. He was the 100th member to die in the line of duty in DC Fire and EMS. On May 6, 2015, he passed away after being called on a box to a high-rise building. And I want to show you that now.
All right, so this memorial is basically a brief story about what happened on the May 6, 2015, the death date of my dad. It's cool, man. I mean, like I said, everything happens for a reason. My dad being a fireman growing up was like something that I always wanted to tell somebody, like, hey, my dad's a fireman, dad's a fireman. A lot of kids growing up, they get excited when they see fire trucks. Like, been there, done that.
He was always the quiet leader. He knew ever since he was like 5 that he wanted to be a fireman. My brother caught him out back lighting matches. Kevin got punished.
He wasn't only your supervisor, he was also a friend and somebody you could look up to, a mentor. When he walked in the room, it lit everybody up and everybody was, upbeat. If you were having a bad day, he could definitely brighten your day up instantaneously just by talking to you.
He inspired others to be to be the best they can be. Everyone loved him. Yeah. My biggest fear was what happened May 6th when they knocked on the door. I knew immediately something had happened to him. That was my biggest fear.
When DC Fire Engine 6 approached the high-rise building, they saw this, deadly flames bursting from the windows on the top 2 floors. From his 24 years of experience, Fire Lieutenant Kevin McRae knew the building at 1337th Street Northwest. Without hesitation, he and other firefighters ran to those top floors to save lives. But the effort would cost Kevin McRae his own.
We knocked fire down. We were checking for extension, ventilating, hydraulic ventilating out the window, getting all the smoke out. Kevin asked, said, "Hey, Brady and Plumber, come on out to the hallway." He said, "I need a break." So we said, "All right, well, let's go downstairs, get some water, catch our breath." And as soon as I sat down, the wagon driver from 12 Engine ran by me and grabbed our aid bag and our oxygen. He said, "Fireman down." And I looked to my right, and Lieutenant McRae was down in the stairwell. Pretty much our whole world changed.
It was the longest day of my life. So I just was in disbelief. I won't believe it. The official cause of my dad's death was a heart attack.
And before that, I lost my nephew. He was a fireman. He had a heart attack. James.
We are impacted by that loss of life. Their lives are changed forever. We don't want people's lives changed forever. So what can we do?
The number one cause of death in firefighters for job-related deaths is heart disease. And I believe the direct cause of that is food, the food that we put in our bodies.
It's taking too long for that to sink in. It's a huge culture change. It's a culture shock for us all. And we need to be the leaders with promoting health and fitness.
We as a country, we as an organization, we as people have not done a great job with diets, with preparing people, teaching people how to do things.
We can't control the hazardous environments we go in, the stress of the job, but we can control the food that we put in our bodies.
We have Mr. Tate and his group going into fire stations, teaching firefighters the basics, that all the things you have around you are good if you use them the right way. So if you understand portion control, if you understand how to put it together so you feel your body, that is what draws me to that.
Evan was 44 years old when he passed. He was so young, and I would not wish that on anyone. Not anyone. Because he had a whole life ahead of him.
All too often, we can ignore a heart-related death on the fire ground because it's not a fire-related death. And what we're doing for Lieutenant McRae, knowing that, like I said, a son lost his father, and now that Davon is on the job, I believe that DC Fire and EMS can take up the mantle and set the standard for every other jurisdiction to make health a priority in the fire service. I believe that if we can change the culture, change how we look at food, we can change the lives of not just firefighters, but of their families as well.
We go out, we have a lot of fun, but we're here so we can take care of our families. And so that means we need to be going home to our families.
Don't take life for granted. I lost a lot of people growing up to heart diseases or other causes of death, and just make the best of the life that you live.
Now, you're probably asking yourself, why did I show a video about heart disease at a cancer symposium? It's because I believe that the same approach that Food on the Stove has taken to heart disease, we can apply it to cancer as well, and that's through a healthier diet. Today, I want to share with you 3 key factors that I believe are critical in making diet, nutrition, and exercise more than just a program in our departments. We want to make it part of the culture. By implementing these components, I believe we can make food and nutrition agents of change to help extinguish cancer and heart disease from the fire service. The first component I want to share with you today is create. Firefighting is like no other job in the world. Besides the military, there's not another job that requires employees to rely on each other as much to make it back home to our families. While we have done a good job of removing the threat of fire and other hazards that potentially harm us, we could do more to pay attention to attack these other threats to our health. I once heard that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I left my desk job to become a firefighter. One of the reasons is because every day I get to see something different. I get to impact people. I get to be in my community. But yet, I get 2 to 3 page emails all the time about health and wellness. And that leads me to believe that long emails are ineffective. You're sending me emails, but I'm not at a desk anymore. I'm out on the fire truck. I'm riding around in my community. Now, of course, this is my opinion, but most of my colleagues probably will agree because they're not sitting at a computer desk all day. And for those who we do want to reach, they're not reading long emails. They're not even interested in what we have to say most of the time. This should lead us, I think we should serve it to them in smaller doses so that it's more digestible. And this should lead us to be creative in our approach to shared diet, nutrition, and exercise. The second component I want to share with you today is communicate. Anne Morrow Lindbergh said that good communication is just as stimulating as black coffee and just as hard to sleep after. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but by a show of hands, how many had coffee this morning? How many drink coffee every morning? So I'm gonna assume it's pretty effective to get your day started. So let's look at what this quote actually means as far in terms of health and wellness. This means that when it comes to messaging around nutrition and exercise, what we say must be impactful and memorable. What we say and how we say it should invoke change and lead to action. Our words are powerful. This is why language is so important. Let me be clear though. I'm not referring to dialect, but I'm referring to diction, how we present it, meaning our goal should be to be understood, not just to be heard. It's imperative that we communicate the message of health and wellness in a simple way that everyone understands. So for example, one of the things that I often speak to, that I share with my coworkers and my colleagues, I give them the example or the analogy of, if you had a Lamborghini, what type of fuel would you put into it? Anybody? Premium, right? The best fuel. So your body, food is fuel for us, but yet we put the worst type of fuel in our bodies. This is supposed to carry us throughout the day, and as firefighters working 24-hour shifts, we have to fuel our bodies properly. Yet we treat our car better than we treat our own bodies. I don't know why that is. And maybe that's something that we need to contemplate more and more. The third and last component that I have for you today is cultivate. I ain't get to use this little beam yet. Make me seem like I know what I'm talking about. So cultivate. Cultivation is just as important as the seeds you sow. Without it, the garden you desire to grow will produce nothing. Imagine planting a seed and never watering it. What's likely to happen? That is what happens all too often regarding health and wellness in the fire service. We put out information, but do not follow up to make sure it has taken a root. While being creative and communicating your message are important factors of creating an impactful health and wellness program in your department, cultivation is what creates culture. Programs are good, but how do we make healthy eating and exercise the culture in the fire service? It's my humble opinion that culture is created from within. When a seed is planted, it is what is within that seed that produces something that can be seen. While outside consultants, experts, and organizations like Food on the Stove are valuable, we are meant to be resources, supplements to what your department should already be doing. The goal is to creatively share and communicate the message of health and wellness, and then identify those within your apartments that can cultivate the land. We should be on the outside being the resource and being your help and whatever you need. In closing, one of the points I want to share that did not make it onto my slide is that whatever you feed is going to grow, including our stomachs, right? I say this to encourage you to keep sharing the information and bringing awareness to the threat of cancer and other ailments in our department. I know at times it can seem like the message is falling on deaf ears, which can be discouraging. I've hit that brick wall a few times, like, why am I doing this? Nobody cares about what I have to say. Nobody's doing anything. But I'm reminded of a Bible scripture that says, let us not be weary, become weary in well-doing. We shall reap a harvest if we faint not. So I hope today that what I share with you today can, you can take some away from it, and that we can together create a healthier fire service. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. It was such an amazing example of what we call community-based participatory research, whether you knew it or not. So I just want to give you kudos and applaud you for everything you've done. So some of the questions, being around the fire service long enough, we know that when you go to a fire station, everyone's talking about the latest fad diet or a diet that's going around, whether it's keto, whether it's intermittent fasting. Was that something that came up when you were working with the members in your department? Or do they ask you questions about some of those diets, and how did you respond? Yeah, we get a ton of diet questions and things like that. But I think for us, it's more about, like I mentioned, culture. It's health and wellness should be a lifestyle change. It shouldn't be something that diets can tend to be fads. We can tend to try to lose weight, and once we reach that goal, we kind of fall by the wayside. But actually becoming healthier has to be a lifestyle. Always, it's not always that the external dictates what's going in. People who are slim and trim end up with cancer as well. People who are maybe a little over obese may live forever. So we want healthier living to become a lifestyle. Right. And so I'm going to ask you the same question that was posed to the physical activity gentleman. So what were some of the pushbacks that came from the department or the members of the department when you were trying to implement healthier eating? O2X, let me first say, O2X does an amazing job. They're in DC Fire and EMS, and I'm happy that we get to piggyback off some of the work that they do. My approach was a little bit different because Food on the Stove is a 501c3 nonprofit. So what we do is simply give, right? O2X has the hard job of actually getting them up off the couch and getting them out of the firehouse and working out a little bit. But for us, we simply want to give meals. We are looking to put healthier meals on firehouse tables. So one of the things, nobody's turning down a free meal. We started a program called Farm to Firehouse, which is a meal delivery service similar to HelloFresh or Blue Apron, where we package up the meals into a box. We give you a recipe and we drop it off at your firehouse and allow you to cook it for yourself. So our first recipe was Peruvian chicken, roasted sweet potatoes and coleslaw, 660 calorie meal, and the firehouse loved it. So now we have taken that and we've made an app out of it that allows it, and this is totally free to the fire department. So for every $10 we raise, it goes to the protein, produce, and packaging of the meal. So it wasn't as hard for me as it was for O2X. Everybody's taking free food. Yeah. Who comes up with these recipes? So we work with a lot of chefs, and we work with a nutritionist to make sure that it meets the criteria and the standard. And we've been able to partner with a lot of well-known chefs that create these recipes for us. That's awesome. I think so many departments would be interested in this program. Besides your own department, how many other departments in the area have adopted it? So we're working with, we will be working with Prince George's County. We'll be introducing our beta testing, our Farm to Firehouse program with Prince George's County. We'll be working with Arlington and Alexandria. And so the last 2 years, we did our turkey drive, which allows us
which allowed us to deliver 99 turkeys on Thanksgiving
Oh,
to every department in DC, Prince George's County, Arlington, and Alexandria.
That's amazing. Does anyone have any questions from the audience? Dr. Gotti?
When you implement health promotion programs in the community, one of the rookie mistakes is to link health promotion and performance to sports and athletics. Some people will, for example, try to promote a particular sport as a way of staying fit. In the community, that not only doesn't work, it discourages a lot of people from making the effort. How is that different in the fire service? Do people respond to the idea of the firefighter as being equivalent to an athlete, or is that a turnoff for them?
I think to piggyback off of what Paul from O2X said, I believe that we are athletes. They use the term tactical athletes. We put our bodies through so much stress. And oftentimes it's longer than what a football player will play. Football players span from anywhere from 8 to 12 years. We have people who are 55 years old, still jumping on and off the engine, running into burning buildings. So I think I think if we can get firefighters to see themselves differently, they'll begin to eat differently, they'll begin to work out differently, take better care of themselves. Because I do think if we see ourselves differently, it makes a big difference.
That's great. Anyone else?
They broke out a big old gallon of ice cream or something. Do you fine them? You make them pay a little fee?
I wish I could, right? But our approach is never to take away what you're eating, right? Our thing is everything in moderation. My job isn't to tell you what you can and can't eat. Just as a firefighter, you can't eat like that every day. You can't eat Chick-fil-A. Your job depends so much on your heart operating properly that you can't do the same thing that the person at the desk does. And that goes back into his question that we have to look at ourselves differently. I think all too often being a big part of the community and being in the community, we see ourselves the same as some of the other people, but we're different. We're the same in a lot of ways, but our job is totally different. And we have to take care of ourselves if we want to make it past retirement. A big reason that I started Food on the Stove, as I shared, was that my dad died 9 years after he retired. The strongest man I knew became the weakest man that I knew. Couldn't get himself off the toilet. He'll call me to help him. And when I became a firefighter, I saw how my brothers and sisters in the fire service were eating. And I said, I want to do something to change that. Potentially, this is the reason that my father probably was so sick. Every day with sausage gravy. And we're eating the same things every day now. Sausage gravy, BLTs for lunch. I mean, I'm getting porked out. I mean, where's the salad? So I think we have to look at food differently as fuel for our bodies. And there's no off season for us. For an athlete, there's an off season. For us, every day a box can drop. And we have to be prepared.
Sam?
I was going to ask what Director Hallis said was, what does dessert look like in this thing? But you already took that. So I will say this, though. I actually think this is a, wow, that works. This is a great idea, honestly. And I just retired in fire service myself, and it is so hard to cook healthy. So to have something prepared and brought to the station, not have to shop for it, and know that it's been put together with, and I see it's $10 a meal, which isn't bad at all. How much? What's your?
They don't pay for it though.
There
it's
you
all
go.
Donations.
It's donated completely. What's your spread on the DC Fire Department? How many stations are actually taking advantage of this, and how are you handling it? Is it everybody, or is it there's a certain percentage?
When our app rolls out, they'll be able to order. We only deliver on Fridays. Once the app rolls out, they order between Sunday and Tuesday. We deliver directly to their firehouse on Fridays. We upload the staffing into our app.
We know exactly how many people. We always buffer for an extra 3 people in case for an overtime body or just some extra food. But since we have been delivering food to DC so much, we already know the staffing of that. So that's pretty much how it works. And then we'll go from the department to the department to do that. And we were funded by Giant, United Healthcare, and just before I came down here, I was notified that we will be sponsored by Amazon as well.
Amazing. Any other questions from the audience? Nope.
I think that would be good. I think with building this, I've been doing food on the stove for the last 3 or 4 years, and honestly, it's just me doing it, right? So I'm wearing many hats. I'm still working not 24-hour shifts. I've been off for about a year now, but I'm still working every day. But food on the stove is also a full-time job as well. But I think a big piece for us is just growing it organically, right? So many ideas I have and so many things that I want to do that they can't all happen at once. And for me, it's just about taking the time to really fulfill this passion that I have that's so deep-rooted in me, because I think more so than just saving a firefighter's life, my dad died when I was 15. I'm fighting for that firefighter's family as well, because I know how that feels to lose a parent at 15 when my dad passed from cancer. So I think if we can reach a firefighter, we can potentially help their family and also help that young child, that son or that daughter, have to deal with the same pain that I had to deal with coming up.
Well, thank you again so much for presenting. This was a great way to end our first day. This was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm going to invite Ed back up to the stage to close us up. Before that, I do have one important announcement. Someone lost their cell phone, so if you want to check your pockets. So if you check and you notice you don't have a phone, we have it.
So we won't prolong this day because I know everybody's getting ready to go eat their salads at dinner. Or if not, Jonathan will help you with what to order tonight. But I'll save kind of some of my closing remarks today for tomorrow morning. We have time. But what a great day. Starting with some advocacy, talking about research, and certainly the importance of maintaining that so we can truly learn the facts. And at the end, doing things that we can do right now. And I encourage you on the tables, if you're here in person, to look at the annual report from Food on the Stove that explains that initiative a little more. For those that are virtual, we'll post an electronic version at the end of the conference. But I just hats off to Jonathan and his group for what they've been doing. He's the greatest, I think, compliment in the fire service is when your brother and sister firefighters compliment for what you do. And I can't tell you how many times I retired from Fairfax County, Virginia. I have a lot of friends on the job in DC, and what he's doing there is great. And hopefully we can replicate that, or they can replicate that in other parts of the country. So with that, we'll conclude day one. Eat healthy, behave tonight, and we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.